Suzuki.
Super Series.
Double six.
Game shot on the second leg.
Masterful finishing there from Haruki Muramatsu.
Wants the ball.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
What a way to hold throw.
Topped.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well taken there from Christopher Tondas.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series. The final day of action in Group A is upon us. It's a tight race at the top of the table. 4 horses in the race for qualification. And this is what we saw as far as Day 2's action was concerned. Mikuru Suzuki had match starts in 2 of yesterday's games, got to a last leg decider in 3, but failed to pick up any points on Day 1. Christopher Tondas won 2 out of 5 on the opening day's play. The German qualifier is on his second appearance here at the Super Series, having won an ADC Europe qualification match. Gilbert van der Meyen had a stop-start first day, also on 4 points. He'll be looking to kick on when Day 2 arrives. Cole Snee went under the radar on Day 1, winning 3 from 5. We saw marked improvement from the Lancastrian from his first appearance here. Chris Gilliland fancies his chances of Group A success and backed those claims up with the only ton plus average of Day 1. He's top of the pile. Well, an intriguing first day's play at the, second day's play here at the Live Lounge report. So watching it alongside me was Glenn Durrant. Glenn, 4 horses, would you say, in the race going into the final day?
Yeah, absolutely. I've had a morning of sort of number crunching as well. And, you know, Chris Gilliland is still, you know, the one who's posting the numbers. And a fantastic day yesterday for Christopher Tondas. Carl Snee just seems to be on that periphery all week. And, you know, there's Haruki Muramatsu as well, who's just sort of hanging around. He just seems to be picking up scraps as well. An interesting day ahead.
Right, let's have a look at the table then after Day 2. There it is. Chris Gilliland is top of the pile. Christopher Tondas level on points. Now, he completed the card, Glenn, didn't he, on Day 2? And it just felt like a good kind of level from him as well.
Yeah, he averaged 80.50. So I reckon that must be one of the lowest playing averages to win 5 out of 5. He just seemed to win games. He plays with a game, you know, the game with a smile on his face. He knows where the camera is. He's a very nice character, you know, good person to have here. But it's not often you win 5 out of 5 in a Group A campaign without posting the numbers.
How do you feel Chris Gilliland will reflect upon his couple of days so far? He said he fancies his chances of winning the group. He's top of Group A, but we still feel like there's more in the tank.
He's averaging 88 for the day yesterday. You know, he's the guy who's posted the 100-plus average. He is still the class act in this Group A for me, and he's still top of the table, so he can't be too disappointed with the situation. It's in his hands. He's got a massive opening game as well against Christopher Tondas. So, yeah, it's still all to play for, but for me, he is still the class guy.
In terms of Haruki Muramatsu, Group A too harsh for you so far?
I'm quite impressed with him yesterday. Looked really solid. He's a very experienced campaigner. You know, he seems to be winning games when it was down to a close fight. Really been disappointed the way the day ended yesterday. And I guess when you go back to your hotel and you try to self-reflect a little bit, you know, maybe the games that were on his mind at the back end. He had his opportunities, just like many of them. But it's a fresh start. It's very tight, and it's all to play for.
Yeah, let's have a look at the betting, see what the bookmakers think of today. Chris Gilliland goes out the 5 to 6 favourite. Christopher Tondas second at 11 to 5. Carl Snee, would he feel like yesterday was a big opportunity miss considering the position that he put himself in?
They all had an opportunity. We used the in-play table quite a lot yesterday in the comms box, myself and Scott Mitchell, and Carl Snee topped it for a leg or two. You know, so he had his opportunity, and now to see him 12 to 1 once again tells you he sort of faded off at the end. I think the bookies have got that about right. I think Chris Gilliland, you know, just shy of even money was roughly where I had him at.
Just a couple of words on Mikuru Suzuki, because she had darts to win 3 matches on Day 1, didn't win a game, but then yesterday 1 3 from 5.
Yeah, something Scott Mitchell picked up very early yesterday, that the darts seem to be going in the board just a little bit more harder. Look, when did she arrive? You know, it's a long journey, you know, from Japan. Did she settle in day one? But yesterday, the way she played, you know, 3 wins out of 5. And if we go back to day one, she had match darts in 2 of them. She could very, very easily be sat in 10 or 12 points. But like I say, myself and Scott were really impressed with her yesterday.
Interestingly, Mikuru and Haruki spent a lot of time this morning practicing on the stage, acclimatising to the conditions before play.
Yeah, I normally like to look at that as well, you know, just to see how the practicing is going. But that's telling me that they're re-energized, you know, got a lot more energy in them. And like I said, Haruki is a very experienced, the PDC Asian Championship winner in 2023, played at the Grand Slam, played at the Worlds. It just felt like he was just picking up scraps. It's time for him to, you know, he may need to go through the card to win it, but he's capable.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bet builder is saying today. Pays just under 8 to 1 this morning. Mikuru Suzuki to hit a maximum in the first game of our session against Gilbert van der Meyen. Christopher Tunders to get the better of Carl Sneed. And a match checkout of over 93.5 in that Tunders Muramatsu game. Just some thoughts and reflections on that, Glenn.
Well, Makuru's had 4 180s in 10 games so far, so you can understand why she's at 7 to 4. So it is a toss of a coin. Like I said, it's the way she's been playing. You know, there's a chance there. Tunders against Sneed. It's a 50-50 game, 8 to 11, because you went 5 from 5. Yeah, a possibility. And the last one really is a toss of a coin. Some of the finishing over 100 this week has been a real highlight. So I can understand why that third bet has been taken there. So at 7.7 to 1, it's okay.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, it's about high time we get the action underway for this Wednesday morning here at the Super Series. And come Saturday night, we're going to be opening up the doors to a crowd here in Port. If you want to be a part of an audience for a week here at the Super Series, well, take a look at this. And we have a small handful of tickets available for Champions Night, which is on Saturday, February the 17th. Right, let's get the action underway then, shall we? Mikuru Suzuki in action in our first game of the session. She takes on Gilbert van der Meyen, the Japanese 2-time world champion. Won 3 from 5 as far as Tuesday's action is concerned. Gilbert didn't pick up a win yesterday. Right, let's watch all the action then alongside Glenn Dunn in the commentary box. It's a very good morning to Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Yeah, good stuff. Gilbert yesterday did struggle a little, as Mikuru did the day before. She's got her hair done slightly different today. She had it all sort of up in little tails yesterday, but not today. Here we go, Gilbert. He really has not performed how he would have wanted to so far.
Game on.
And for me, he's got to have a day today where he just tries to enjoy himself and makes the best of what he's got here and learns a little bit more today
100.
about himself. And Mikuru, well, there's nothing we can say more about Mikuru. She's so experienced. She brought herself back into it a little bit yesterday, but she's in the same
100.
boat. She's just looking to try and find a bit of form here to take into Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, she looks refreshed, doesn't she? On Monday, it was a little bit of a ropey start. And despite the fact she didn't win
100.
a game on Monday, Mikuru did have match darts in 2 of them and could very easily, despite not being at her best, we sat on 4-6 points overnight. But yesterday, something you picked on
100.
very early, Scott, where you said you just felt the darts were going into the dartboard with a bit more of a thud. And that's a good sign that Makuru's playing well. You can see that rotation of the throw that she has. And we just felt the
100.
replication of the throw was so much better. She looked a little tired on Monday and puts herself in good position, ready for other challenges this week. And I think you're spot on, Scott. That's the
45.
thing with Gilbert. I've had some fantastic information from many of his friends and representatives of ADC Europe that he's not at his best at the moment. He's a 180 machine at his best, and maybe the best will come from him
100.
in Group C when he starts afresh.
Yeah, it's great that he's playing. Well, here we go.
140.
Almost bit of alerts there on the last one. You're the coach on that, but yeah, he'd if he'd have thrown the last one the same as the first two, that would have been a 180.
Yeah, but a nice start from both. 62 left, so she'll look to set up.
57. Gilbert requires 116.
It needs the treble 20. Doesn't get us, so Makura will be back. Makura won this match yesterday, 4-2.
60.
Final game of the day.
Requires 44.
And that
Game
has
shot in
been
the
her
first
Achilles
leg.
heel. So if you have been
Mikuru
with us on Monday,
Suzuki.
Tuesday in this fascinating Group A campaign, Makuru Suzuki's scoring's been
Second leg.
absolutely
Gilbert to
fine.
throw
In fact, the
first.
scoring of
Game on.
100 is something that we'll try and highlight again. And incredibly, she's already hit 4 scores of exactly 100.
60.
But her finishing was the Achilles heel, Scott.
And particularly, it was on that side of the board. It was the 8s and the 16s. If she was up there around, 36 or tops, she was having much more success
45.
there yesterday. But that'll please her. When you're playing it as a player, you don't realise you're not having the problems. I know many times I've played on the tally and my
60.
brother's gone, why did you keep leaving double 16? You missed it 3 times in this set. And you don't realise as a player, you just keep going back there because the law of averages says you will hit it eventually.
Yeah, when you see a score of
85.
64, you'd automatically go up with the 16s. When you see a score of 56, your natural instinct takes over. And our players are very stubborn as well because
60.
things can just turn with one fluent dart. So I think that was always the reasons I would say. Really impressed with Makuru at the moment. And now she becomes a major
60.
player. It's going to take a big ass to get into Group B, but she then becomes a major part of Group C when you know she's playing well. Another day's practice today, another good night's
60.
rest. Can she come out flying? Because what it would be a real fillet for the MODUS Super Seas to see her here on Saturday night.
Yeah, the problem with Group A and it being just one going through from the top,
62.
by Wednesday, anywhere in sort of 4, 5 and 6 are running out of games to get near the top. And then it's all about trying to find which group you'd prefer to be in. Some people prefer to play in the evening, some rather the afternoon sort of session.
59.
And for me, it didn't really make a lot of difference.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of difference. I think Group C is really tough as well. Yeah, sometimes would look, and I've seen some brutal Group Bs when I've been sat in this chair. And I think
45.
the Group C campaign as well, the inclusion of players like Justin Hood, got Reece Colley to come in as well. So I think the Group C's, Group B's are pretty level
23.
going into this. So still a lot to play for, but definitely a week at the MODUS Super Series where I think every single player will think, I'm a potential winner this week.
98.
Yeah, even the guys at the bottom of this Group A will still be thinking they're not out of it, and that's exactly the right attitude to have towards it.
Yeah, if I wasn't getting the messages about
81.
Gilbert van der Meijden,
Makura
I would be
requires
questioning the fact that maybe it's
106.
just been a step too far. But the information I'm getting is that this is not the player we know. He's learning, and he'll come back better in Group C. It's just going to be the
58.
biggest fist pump as he walked on the
Gilbert
stage.
requires 98.
Did he charge your elbow, did he?
Pretended it didn't hurt.
58.
A chance for Suzuki.
Makura
Fantastic on a
requires
double
48.
in the first leg. Like I said, this has been the problem area. Can she go 2 out of 2?
32. Gilbert requires 40. Game on the second leg. Gilbert van Meiden.
Yeah, surprisingly, Scott, when Henry
Third leg, it's
mentioned
Makuru
that
to throw
stat there,
first.
that man in your picture
Game
there,
on.
0 wins yesterday.
Yeah, again, it was because he was doing enough and it just sort of passed you by. You can't believe the way that he was playing that he didn't get a win.
140.
That's the reason why we're kind of astounded by that stat.
81.
And another little worry, his follow-through has been sublime this week, but you mentioned one of the darts there that you're the coach, Glenn. Well, I think he's flicking away at an awful lot of darts today. It doesn't look
60.
as ready as he has been this week. I mean, it is the opening game of the day, but that follow-through, certainly on the last dart as well, this is better.
140.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's been very sort of, not a jerky movement. It's been sort of
As if you're
probably
unsettled.
Yeah, very unsettled sort of overthrow,
60.
if you like, trying to throw it too hard.
And we're here for 4 or 5 hours today, so give us a follow at MSS
100.
Darts. I know we've got some fantastic followers, and we had messages all the way from Australia yesterday. We get a lot from Europe as well. So Premier League starts tomorrow. We're happy, myself and Scott, to chat anything
28.
MODUS Super Series. We've got Champions Week coming up, but we just like to talk darts. And if even it's about technique, as we're mentioning about Gilbert there, just send us a message and we'll have a little chat about
100.
it.
You're definitely here.
22.
Favourite to break throw.
Gilbert requires 80.
He certainly is now. I've given the luxury to go to the 16s. Didn't need to go to the tops. This is his favourite double, remember.
48.
I guess we can call this a basement clash. I mean, it was the final game between them yesterday. It does give the opportunity for Makuru to get to
100.
8 points with a
Gilbert
win here.
requires 32.
And with Carl Sneed on 10.
Game shot in the third
Right
leg.
now it's all about Gilbert.
Gilbert
North from
van
5
Meiden.
yesterday, remember. So he's desperate for a win.
Fourth leg is Gilbert to
Van
throw
Meiden
first.
now has the
Game
darts. A beautiful side-on view of him. Very elegant, like a lot of the Dutch players are. Played at a rapid pace.
on. 140.
There's the one thing I want you to look for, Makuru. Just the way she starts way out on the right there. Brings that dart in until she gets that hand alignment
100.
right. Have a look at that throw. I'm seeing a lot of David Evans in that throw. Very tall, uses that front elevation.
58.
I'd be working. He does seem to be walking on that third dart, something Scott Mitchell picked up very early on Monday morning. Whereas Makuru, very much like a lot of the Asian players, look at that follow through. It's absolutely
7.
exactly. If I watched 200 Asian players, they all seem to have a very similar throw to Makuru.
Seven.
And there's that little flick on the third one, which tells me he's not 100% settled on that stage today.
7 followed by 7. Is that a Super Series first? Possibly.
Followed
by a 180.
This is why we love darts, by the way. 7-7, 180. Come on, Gilbert, give us another one.
100.
That's Makuru's 5th 180 of the week.
$60.
And just looking at her numbers this week, and you're thinking Super Series and Women's Series as well. 84.53 being a highest average a week. That was a
40.
losing average, a best
Makuru,
winning
you
average for
require
Makuru.
154.
Just shy of 83. Maybe interesting to see how she feels the week's gone so far, and does she have a plan of attack for Group C?
60. Gilbert requires 156.
That looks perfect for a second. It was indeed, and
138.
not quite to be with the
Makuru
third.
requires 94.
Well, she had a torrid day yesterday in the Bulls. I expected that dart as like she's not guaranteed of a dart or a double now by going the 18s route.
58. Gilbert requires 18.
So he decides to split, and when
12.
you split, that does put the pressure
Makuru
on those
requires
other two
36.
darts.
I have a sense he was actually aiming for the 10. This is to go level at 2-2.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Mikuru Suzuki.
It's getting to the stage now, Scott, where I can start
Fifth
asking
leg,
your
it's
assessments.
Mikuru
We've
to
seen him
throw
now for
first.
2
Game
days,
on.
but that man in your picture, what's your thoughts?
He looks to have everything that you need at throw-wise, I would say.
140.
I think sometimes the bit that is difficult to teach is the bit between the ears and how you're feeling between throws and while an opponent is
23.
taking the sword to you. So, you know, he would have been really disappointed from the position he was in that leg to have lost it. But these are the things that you have to learn. He's
26.
He's relatively new, like you say. He's not been on the stage before, and I mean it in no disrespect to the guys that he's playing at home. This is a different
48.
clientele of player that you're playing against. These guys can come back at you, whereas sometimes you can be a bit of you can get on top of people and they don't come back. But these types of players,
140.
like Suzuki, do not let you off at any moment in time, and every mistake is generally punished.
121.
Thanks, Scott. Mikuru may start in the 19s, but because she's so far ahead, all she's thinking is just laying this 195 up.
41.
She did not like that second dart, did she?
No, not at all. Now he's trying to force the issue. Van der Maiden.
87.
Yeah, we've used the word
Makuru
elegant and
requires
free-flowing.
154.
And I think you're absolutely spot on again, Scott. He seems to be forcing that dart at the moment, so clear. There's clear reasons why he hasn't settled very well today. He's still very much in this game.
63.
That's a happy accident.
$96. Makuru requires
Switch
91.
for Van der Maiden, but somebody that uses the bullseye a lot in soft tip
71.
doesn't seem to like
Gilbert
to use it too
requires
much
126.
in the still tip game. Once again with the 91 heading for treble 17, but 126 needs another one of those. Not to be.
98.
Does leave.
Makuru requires
28 though
20.
with the last treble 20. Makuru now, can she see this double off? And not even close with that one.
No score.
Yeah, it was a favoured double,
Gilbert
that double five for the
requires
players yesterday.
28.
And without being at his best, Gilbert. Remember, he's on this losing streak at the moment. Maybe because of darts like that.
12. Makuru
Yeah, you
requires
can
20.
see he's overthinking the whole situation. Makuru's now joining in. She's missed.
No score. Gilbert requires 16.
Yeah, we're shaking our heads in the comms box. It's not what we expected here from these two players.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
Gilbert van der
Gilbert van
Meijden, who's on a
Meijden.
6-match losing streak, remember. Probably just desperate. You can see he's sweating up there and just not comfortable, is he?
Sixth
And
leg is
Makuru
Gilbert
showed
to throw
real
first.
positivity yesterday.
Game on.
Flexing those muscles. Long day ahead for Makuru.
140.
Gilbert just begins to take control now.
You know, we're seeing a different player here. If he gets a couple of points here and he can see this off, all of a sudden that confidence, the bounce comes back in the
83.
step and everything. And then he becomes a big danger man for the rest of the day to all his opponents who in all intents and purposes, would have seen him down there at the bottom
99.
thinking, right, well, like, you know, you start to look at the table and you think, well, that one I'm going to win and that one I'm going to win. And all of a sudden, this could all change now.
Well, we called Makuru the potential spoiler yesterday.
81.
Now we have to bring Gilbert into that category as well. You can just see there, he's flicking away. They are uncomfortable
26.
darts. He is desperate, desperate for a win.
$41.
If this is the 5th against 6th, don't miss the next game. The two players at the top of the table both can make an early statement.
123.
Be the first player to get to 16 points. So big game coming up after this one.
$100. Gilbert requires 113. $43.
Sure what that was all about with the last dart there. Not a way that I've learnt to go.
46. Gilbert requires 70.
So this is for the match. He just assesses the situation. He's going to get a dart in his favour, double 16. That was close. And that's
Game,
even closer.
shot,
Gilbert van der Meijden, the
and a
losing
match.
streak is
Gilbert
over.
van Meijden.
He went into that game 6 losses on the bounce. It doesn't look delighted. There's an awful lot of relief and a lot of disappointment there for Makuru. Not an awful lot of difference between them, but Gilbert gets the first 2 points of the day. Don't miss the next game. Top versus second. Chris Gilliland versus Christopher Toonders. That's up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Gilbert van der Meyen, who didn't win a game on day 2 of the Super Series, has kicked off day 3 in perfect style, get the better of Kura Suzuki by 4 legs to 2. Right, pivotal second game coming up here, because the top 2 players overnight go toe-to-toe in their first game of the day. This really could help in dictating and deciding who goes on to win Group A. It's Chris Gilliland in action up against Christopher Tunders. Chris said on Monday as Christopher goes for a little bit of a run. I don't know what's going on there, but Chris Gilliland being made to wait. Maybe it's a little bit of a tactic or something like that as far as Christopher Tunders is concerned. So Gilliland playing the waiting game here ahead of a big battle at the top of the table, both on 14 points overnight going into the third day's play. Gilliland in your picture there said before a dart was thrown in Group A that he fancies his chances of going on and winning the group, and so far it's been so good in that particular regard. The Ginger Ninja, who has never failed to qualify for a Saturday night here at the Super Series in his previous 2 appearances, is looking to make it a hat-trick of appearances. For Christopher Tunders, it would have helped if he had the equipment there. That's what looks like has been the issue as far as the German is concerned. He's on stage. Looks like he's ready to get this game underway. There you go. Chris Gilliland, the 40-year-old, made it to the 2018 BDO World Championships. He's going to have a BDI on Saturday night's final. Up against Christopher Tunders, the young man from Germany, former development tour winner, the 22-year-old from Dortmund. Can he make it through to a Saturday night at the Super Series for the first time? Let's find out with Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Well, filled. We mentioned a couple of times yesterday about players not taking their equipment to the table and empty tables and no spares. Well, I think we've just cropped up there, and one of the reasons why we should.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
I'm just wondering how it's going to affect him going into this one. Christopher Tunders, I can't imagine he's forgot his whole dart case, but whether he's snapped the dart, he's had to go and get the spares there. But that first dart would possibly tell you it hasn't helped him.
Yeah, I think a dart looked to have fallen while he was practicing and maybe snapped the stem off in the barrel, and maybe he doesn't do like Glenn Durrant and have a spare shaft and a couple of flights in his pocket for the...
Yes, I was very minimal when I was on that stage, but yeah.
63.
It's just bounced out now. Yeah, as he snapped another one. Yeah, 2 and 2 throws, but no.
Yeah, it was a strange scenario for Christopher Tunders yesterday, Scott. 5 wins out of 5, but a playing average for the day of 80.50. Whereas Chris Gilliland, for me, he averaged 86 for the day on Monday, 88 yesterday.
121.
I still think he's the class act. But, you know, darts is just not all about punching out numbers. You've got to get up there and get over the winning line.
Yeah, we've mentioned Charmed Life a couple of times, and I felt that Tunders was on that yesterday, where
43.
He was catching people that they probably didn't have their best games against him most of the day yesterday.
140.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the game with him yesterday. It was 4-3 to Tunders. Both average late 80s. Had that incredible game with him on Monday, didn't we? Where at 3-1 up, Christopher Gilliland turned round and shook the hands of Tunders.
You require 92.
Just a little reminder's best of 7, then Tunders come back and had match darts.
And a 170 to boot in that game he did as well.
Well, it was a ropey first dart with that big slice into the 5, but a beautiful conclusion with that 92 crisp finish.
Second
Treble
leg,
20, double 16, 2 darts.
Game on.
And already Gilliland is thinking.
$62. $100.
Gilliland's gone for the flight stem combo to match his shirt today.
85.
Just look how flat that dart is. You'll play the game, the long point.
95.
You'll probably play the game maybe slightly different to the way you players, whereas Tunders very traditionally, you can see the flight is a lot higher up than the stem.
140.
So if he's to miss, he's going to go above. This is what technology of darts has done the past 20 years. And of course, the greatest understacker of them all was Phil Taylor.
59.
Yeah, back in the day, it was like 3 or 4 lengths of stem. That was all you had. And now you look at some of the companies, they produce, lengths of stem from 1 to 8.
Yeah, now he opened up with an Alan Glazier dart, went to a Jockey Wilson dart, and then finished with a, like many people do, a Tony O'Shea dart. He said he's won more world titles than anybody else.
59. Christopher
I like
requires
that.
80.
It's quite funny. And hey, who didn't have a set of Alan Glazier ton machines?
Tops for Toonders.
60.
No panic. A real bounce in his step. Very likeable Toonders. I must admit he's become a real character this week, and a lot of that has been down to his style on the hockey.
92.
Quick pace.
Christopher requires 20.
Incredible movement when he plays as well, but boy, does he like the
Game
camera as well.
Second leg. Christopher Toonders.
He likes it so much. We've got Toonders camp. Deep in concentration. I like this.
Third
He
leg
probably
is
realises the
Christopher
importance
first.
of this game. I like
Game
that.
on.
Yeah, I agree. There's time for a little bit of fun, but now is not it. And he's realised that.
60.
It's head down. Keep going.
140.
And there you go. That's the reason why he's leading 2-0. And plus on the average, but Gilliland has been dropped right off of his in the first 2, but he now seems to be on his way back.
180.
Yes, you can't keep a good man down for long.
60.
I've got that down as number 11 for the week. The 180 column.
$42.
He tops the charts and everything. Most 180s, highest averages. But right at this moment in the in-play table, it's this man who would go top with victory
28.
here. Like I said, you do see the sublime to the ridiculous with Toonders. He can ping a 180 in for fun, a crisp 92 finish, but he is prone to that lateral drift into the 5s and the 1s.
$69.
I see Toonders start in the 19s on 273. He's just assessing the situation.
58. Chris requires 150.
He'll stay there.
90. 85. Chris requires 60.
He won't want to give Toonders any chances. And the way he has that flat dart, the 60 shouldn't be a problem. Already a big dart for Gilliland.
Game shot on the third leg.
Goes out to the
Chris
right,
Gilliland.
nicely done. Slides over the top. I thought that first one was a little too high,
Fourth
but
leg, it's Christopher to throw first.
as my
Game
colleague
on.
so often says, he does throw with the tail end of the dart down. So on
96.
those sorts of shots, it doesn't really matter how high he goes with that dart in the 20 when he's going for 60, because he's always more than capable of going past it.
85.
I don't know if the flight's a little bit smaller for Gilliland, but he doesn't seem to be.
43.
The darts don't seem to be laying as flat as they have done on Monday and Tuesday, whether it's just a different colour flight, whether he's just testing away just to try and get that elevation.
140.
Well, yeah, maybe he's trying to experiment a little. It does look a little smaller, I must say.
43.
Obviously, the angle that we've got on the board here right now, we can't actually see the angle of the dart entering the board.
140.
The overhead is better for us to see the angle of light.
46. Chris, you require 136.
Pretty rapid comeback here from Gilliland. A 2-0 down. He was looking like it was a potential
54.
one-way traffic for Toonders, but fair play to Gilliland. He didn't panic. He's looking good for 2-2, Scott.
55.
Yeah, he sort of weathered the storm a little
Chris
bit, Glenn.
requires
He's
82.
sort of, Toonders came out of the traps absolutely flying. His average has dropped off around 18 to 19 points, Toonders,
42.
in the last couple of legs. Gilliland's upped his a little.
85. Chris, you require 40.
He knows where this tops is, remember. Double 10.
No score. Christopher requires 133.
Toonders has gone very quiet after going 2-0. He was averaging over 100. But he seems to have hit the skids a little bit.
44.
No more
Chris
messing about for
requires
Gilliland,
40.
surely.
$20.
Raised eyebrows in the
Christopher
comms box.
requires 89.
Yeah, we were just expecting to be calling that game shot and on to the next.
Game shot.
Well, we're
in the
doing it
fourth
now.
leg.
It was a mistake,
Christopher
a recovery,
Toonders.
and I think we've just seen exactly what Gilliland thinks of that. Throws his arms out
Fifth
to the
leg is
side
Chris
behind.
to throw first. Game on.
Toonders there as if to say, how many more chances do I need?
Yeah, interesting enough. Averaging around about that 81 mark still. Toonders won't have thought that would have been enough in this game, but that was an
140.
exasperated look there from Gilliland. But it's his own fault. He had the opportunities, and all Toonders did was just mop up those scraps.
And there's nothing more frustrating for a player than creating and working your way down and working
11.
so hard to give yourself chances, and then you absolutely blow them with 6 darts in your hand. Look, if you blow them with 2 darts in your hand, it's frustrating. It doesn't matter how many darts it is. The fact that you put yourself into that position
140.
really does make you go a bit quavery between the ears.
94.
Sense, despite the fact he's 3-1 up, I think Toonders is the one who's more thinking about the situation here. I think an awful lot of frustrations in the mind of this man in your picture right now.
105.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Glenn. He is thinking about the scenario. Toonders a lot more than Chris Gilliland is, and could that be
44.
experience? Maybe.
Chris
He's just
requires
flinging them all over the place. He
116.
needs composure. And you can just tell the fact he's not engaging with the camera. He's not looking about.
60.
Despite he's leading 3-1, I'm not totally confident that Toonders can see out this game right now. He's fighting with himself. You would think, looking at the pictures that you're seeing now, that he's the player 3-1 down.
Yeah, agreed.
78.
Totally agree.
Chris requires
He's,
56.
It's gone 3-1 up, where you and I would hope to put the pedal to the metal. It seems like he's gone for the wrong gear.
Game shot on
and
the
pulled
fifth
up the
leg.
handbrake.
Chris Gilliland.
Gilliland takes that tops. He won't be bothered about that. He's just bothered about getting himself back in the game.
Sixth leg is
Biggest
Christopher
3
to throw
darts.
first. Game on.
In this match for Christopher Toonders. That was pretty appalling leg in that last one.
100.
But the focus, when you see that 501, you've got the darts. Just a little spark and just come back. That momentum, if he doesn't hit the treble here, Gilliland.
95.
Very, very even game. But you can just see the focus and determination in the eyes here of Toonders. Is he getting it back together? Because he is swaying them all over the
15.
place right now. Worrying signs for the German.
Yeah, big time. He's got to weather the storm here, and the only storm that he's got is between his ears at the moment. That's where it's gone all fuzzy.
I don't know what the German term is for composure, but that's what his family and friends would be shouting at the TV screen right now. He's just, you can have all the talent in the world, but you need them attributes under difficult circumstances. And his demeanour right now, I'd be all over that if I was a player. He's shaking his head, he's throwing his arms about, he's not looking at the dart. But this is what he does from absolutely nowhere. He is so inconsistently consistent. Or consistently inconsistent, whichever way you want to go there, Scott.
Yeah, whatever you said, mate. I think there's no, I don't think there's an explanation for it. It's impossible to play against because you just don't know what's coming.
Wow.
24.
Wow.
We've gone from
Chris
tosh to
15,
brilliant.
27, 180, 24.
Tosh to brilliance to tosh.
Treble 14 will be the shot for double 16.
75.
Don't be surprised.
Christopher requires
Don't be surprised it is 155.
I was about to say the same thing.
44.
If he hasn't got a clue what's coming,
Chris
how are we
requires
supposed to know?
16. Game show
Well,
on the
we're going the
sixth leg.
distance, and certainly
Chris
not the
Gilliland.
first time we've said that this week. I think it's the 13th game in Group A. That's how tight it was. But Toonders, he's shaking his head,
Seventh
not
leg, it's
because of the
Chris to throw
situation.
first.
He was
Game
3-1
on.
up, he was cruising, and then just something happened. He put the brakes on. Gilliland's not doing anything special. And now is he going to run away with it?
He is indeed. And
180.
Toonders has got to do. He's just got to let it go. He's got to let it go.
44.
I would sing Let It Go, but I can't. I haven't got my fairy rings with me.
Come on, Chris.
135.
He seems to concentrate more now that Gilliland has thrown the kitchen sink at him.
I think Toonders could learn a lot from the man who has captained his country.
78.
No doubt he'll want to continue doing that in the future, Chris Gilliland, because he's just kept his composure, and this is just...
27. Chris
He's so
requires
raw,
108.
he's so talented, Toonders. And I tell you what, Christopher, you'll learn so much from this match as Gilliland looks to see it out. Double top.
68.
The worrying thing for Toonders here, he doesn't play a game till game 6. So he's got a few games to fester on this, back in that back room.
71.
And I'm not sure that's going to be a good thing for him.
40.
Yeah, good point, Scott. Well spotted. And Gilliland, 3-1 down. He looked down and out. He was beating himself up. He knew it was a top of the table clash. He kept his composure and gets over the winning line. Chris Gilliland somehow wins that match 4-3. And fair play, this week has been about comebacks. And the man who is posting the numbers, the man who have labelled the class act of Group A, he becomes the first player to go to 16 points. He's head and shoulders above Toonders in the last couple of legs there. And that beautiful double top to win it. Gilliland goes top of the table. And next up, it's Carl Sneed against Haruki Muramatsu.
Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for this, the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Christopher Tunders went 3-1 to the good against Chris Gilliland. The game was then brought back to 3 apiece before Gilliland sealed a crucial 3 points from behind to move top of the table. Next up for us, Carl Sneed is in action against Haruki Muramatsu. Muramatsu now 4 points behind Gilliland at the top of the table. This is must win for him if he is to stay in the race. Let's find out how this one pans out with Scott and Glenn.
Indeed, thanks, Henry. Yeah, we've had the bottom of the table clash. We've had the top of the table clash. And now these are the two in the middle at position 3 and 4. We will see. I'm interested to see what flight and stem combo that Haruki is using. He had a little change yesterday. I'm wondering whether he went back. He's gone back to it. A little look, and from here, it does look like he's changed back to the ones he was using middle of the day yesterday. But all will be revealed.
First leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think for Carl Sneed, if anyone needs to win 5 out of 5 today, it is this man. He's had his moments, Scott. I think we waxed lyrical about him in the very first game of Monday morning when he opened up like similar darts to that.
180.
And there was a brief moment yesterday in the in-play table where he was topping the table. But he just petered out at the end yesterday. Doesn't want to be the Neely man.
140.
Just as I thought, Haruki has changed again. A different colour to what he was using. So immediately when he started throwing the practice
59.
darts, and even though we were watching from a distance, I'm just wondering why, because I think he played lovely with the other ones. And
We thought they were going into the board very, very nicely.
43.
I was looking at his darts last night, the Golden Sun dart. I know you said you really fancy a throw of them. Very knobbly darters.
50.
Be interesting to see if the front weighted, centre weighted at the back. But like I say, I see an awful lot of Danny Noppert in that throw.
yeah, success is what you see with this throw.
I don't think there's many Asian players, Scott, who don't have a nice throw. I did some work in the middle of last
22.
year with them, and you know, all of them look aesthetically pleasing on the eye. But as I've said to an awful lot of people, you can have an ugly throw and be really, really good. I mean,
100.
look at Chizzy, you look at even Johnny Clayton, the way he flicks the dart, the movement of a John Henderson. You know, there's no right or wrong way. You can have the fundamentals. And if you look
60.
at Haruki's throw,
Haruki requires 78.
very, very nice.
Yeah, I agree. Totally agree. It's the wrong side there, Haruki. Double 3, mate.
Yes, I don't know Japanese for that to help him.
72. Carl requires 130.
We started the match with a 180. Is he going to finish with a 130? Yes, he
Game's
is.
on the first leg. Carl
Start
Sneed.
beautiful, end beautiful. Could do better in the middle. Great start for Sneed.
Second leg is Haruki to
That's
throw
his
first.
highest shot out of the week
Game
so
on.
far. Had a couple of 108s yesterday and a 105. But that one is the topper for him.
81.
Yes, his fourth 100-plus finish. You can just see an extra bounce in his step there. That's just what one dart can do, one big finish can do.
100.
We've seen the real ups and downs of Carl Sneed, but one positive I would say about that, he's not at one of what I'd call a sulker. We've just watched Toonders up there, just exasperated, throwing his arms about, shaking his head.
140.
But Carl Sneed, he keeps his emotions very within, and that's I see that as a real positive. And he's got a dynamite throw when everything's right.
100.
See, Carl, yesterday he was playing with a really beat-up set of flights yesterday. And I see that, obviously, he's put a new set in this morning and been practicing with them. A couple of hours the
43.
players are in here before, you know, the doors open here at 8, although we don't go on air till just around 10. The guys are usually banging on the door, waiting to get in and get on that
60.
practice board.
We also have people watching, getting ready for the day's play. We did ask for some social media involvement. One for you, Scott. As more countries have been seen at the Super
85.
Series, are there any countries that haven't been represented yet? He would like to see Spanish, and he would like to see Cristo Reyes.
59.
I think we're seeing the
Haruki
influx of
requires
players from Australia,
152.
from Europe. Scandinavia have been an incredible success here at the MODUS Super Series. But is there anybody out there? I'd like to see a certain South African one day.
100.
Yeah, indeed. It's not like people don't want to come here. That's for sure. Everybody wants to
97.
experience this MODUS
Haruki
Super Series
requires
stage.
52.
Tops for Muramatsu.
Game shot on the
1-1.
second leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
Yeah, he was very good on tops yesterday as well. Was Muramatsu.
Third leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on. $137.
Snead looks a different player today, though, and altogether more positive outlook to what he's doing. I know he doesn't give a lot away, and
140.
I just like him. Like you say, he's not a sulker. He just gets on with it, and when you're not a sulker and you like lose a leg that maybe you've had a double or whatever, it's a really good thing. It's a really good thing.
Yeah, totally understand what you're saying there. It doesn't let things get the better of him. But so far this week, Muramatsu has got the best of Carl Snead. They've played each other twice, of course, and in the head-to-head, it is 2-0 to Haruki. But I try to look at that as, styles make fights. But with Carl, you wouldn't be able to notice if he enjoyed playing a really
59.
quick player or a more methodical player. It just seems to, that stereotypical player who just gets up there and just gives it 100% with every dart he throws.
55.
Yeah, agreed. And
Cole requires
result
125.
on the first day was 4-2, and yesterday was 4-3. So Carl will be feeling. We know what dart players think. Like you start to feel you're getting closer to him.
85. $96.
And as we're talking positive about
Cole
Snead, he has
requires
the opportunity
40.
to lead this match 2-1, going on throw at the moment.
Game shot on the
One thing
third
we know
leg.
about Snead, if he
Carl
does miss tops,
Snead.
he is deadly on double 10 as well, so he'll have fancied that. Playing really nice, both
Fourth
players
leg,
bringing the
it's
best out of
Haruki
each
to
other.
throw first. Game on. $140.
He's yet to register a 90 average, winning average this week for Snead. Just over 89's his best, so he's currently around about the 93 average at the moment.
100.
Well, Scott alluded to a good start from Snead today.
$58.
And I think the strategy, Scott, for Carl Snead is
59.
win all 5 today. I mean, it's the obvious answer to anything, but when you're on that 10-point mark, I mean, going into this game, Chris Gillilando's 6 points ahead of Snead. He not only does he want to win all his games and go to 20 points,
33.
but he may need help from others in respect of Gilliland as well. But positive signs.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same. If he wins all 5, it still may not be enough.
180.
That's his 8th maximum of this week and his 3rd of this match.
100.
Yeah, just 5 in the 2 previous days, and now he's got 3 in a match.
Should look at the bullseye with the last.
86. Haruki requires 170.
Well, we've seen the best finish of them all this week. And we're about to see it again.
105. Carl requires 76.
Nice straight first dart. At least you're giving yourself an opportunity at a double. It's tops.
Caught the top of the
36.
flight, deflected the
Haruki
dart to hit the
requires
board
65.
sideways, and is he going to rue that mistake? Double 10 for Muramatsu. And he
Game's on the
has
fourth leg. Haruki
he
Muramatsu.
taken advantage. And it's not a mistake. When you get bounced out like that off
Fifth
the
leg,
flight,
it's
it's
Carl
just
to throw
unfortunate.
first. Game on.
Yeah, I was thinking of our poor referee on debut there. We had one dart this week where there was no flight in it, and I think he was asking for danger money in the end. That was
82.
very reminiscent. It kissed off that first dart. But yeah, big shout out to our referee this week, A.D. Mason. He was incredibly nervous going into that first game on Monday, but like the players do, he's loving the
60.
whole experience here. There he is.
Sign of a good ref. You just don't notice that they're even there. And
100.
And that's how the refs like it too. They, you wouldn't think they're not up there to be the superstars of the game. They just want to be not known and do their little bit, go under the radar.
Unless
98.
Unless you're Owen Binks with shiny shoes, that's a... Can't miss them. But yeah, enjoyable game, this one. Not for the first time this week. We're seeing not an awful lot to separate these two
59.
players. Certainly going with throw at the moment.
$140.
Feel the momentum slightly with Muramatsu here after taking that leg.
57.
Yeah, all of a sudden just turned this. That was his sixth 140 in this match, Muramatsu. Find a seventh. Oh, he's looking downstairs. This is really good stuff from Haruki.
37.
He's averaging over 90 as well. In fact, he's taken over the 90 average from Sneed, who's just dipped underneath.
60.
Just dipped underneath the treble
Haruki
20 with a couple
requires
there too.
66.
16 for top, surely. He does like this double top.
46. Carl requires 143.
Treble 17, the shot. For double 16. That's normal for him to do that. People will say it affects his rhythm. Doesn't take his eyes off double 16. What
Game
a finish that is.
leg.
We've seen something
Carl
very
Sneed.
similar with Suzuki yesterday when she checked out on 149. But just look at the fact that Muramatsu's had a dart
Sixth
to lead
leg, it's
3-2
Haruki to throw
break his
first.
throw. Sat
Game
on
on.
20. 143. Beautiful finish, Carl Sneed.
$140.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I did. Now here comes the momentum swing, surely.
140.
Absolutely.
$13.
As soon as you get that little bit of momentum. Now it's Carl Sneed. Will he be all over that score? That'll frustrate. Takes a champion to bounce back from a first start like that.
42.
Will he rue that?
That's an opportunity for Muramatsu to get back into the game, and he's taken that
100.
with both hands.
$59.
Perfect for Muramatsu.
140.
It's 8-140 this game. And he's down 3-2. Been a really enjoyable match, this one. Are we going to go the distance again?
140. Haruki requires 108.
Pressure applied from Sneed. Well, Sneed's sat on 120. He's already had
68.
130.
Cole requires
143.
120.
He couldn't, could he, Glenn?
Well, he looks focused enough. It's going to be difficult with that one. Is it a blocker? Absolutely it is, yeah. You can see the
56.
brow of
Haruki
discontent.
requires 40.
The 3-3.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
What a last
Haruki
start that was.
Muramatsu.
So, a little handshake there.
Seventh leg. It's
Oh,
Cole to
Sneed.
throw first. Game on.
Has the advantage, but does he have the momentum? See, I like that dart from him. That's a better dart for me.
97.
He recovers nicely.
Yeah, me too. I always believe when you're firing at a treble, panic, and that's where your dart will land. You've got to keep believing that that dart is like an aeroplane landing.
100.
Beautiful game here for Muramatsu. I've really enjoyed his performance. Staggeringly good on the 15 scores of 100 or 140. The big 180s have come from this man.
60.
Or is he just floundering at the end? Muramatsu can put himself to 14 points. Level with Toonders with victory here.
Look how Sneed is the bomber.
85.
That was a bit of a flyer, that first dart from Muramatsu.
Well,
Well, he had a dart at the top, something similar to that, where it crashed into the tungsten of his previous dart. He's a ton ahead.
100.
Nothing to separate again, Scott. No, better first dart from Sneed here, and once again he then wades in.
100.
Well, he went with the last one a little bit there. The whole body went with it.
He just didn't throw it, did he? Just a lovely follow through from Muramatsu. I don't think you'll get a dart where he doesn't go with it.
55.
There's the lateral drift when you just get that timing wrong.
124.
You'd be thinking he's got 6 darts from here.
$52.
A
Haruki
nervous
requires
look over to Muramatsu.
161.
72, he feels a 50-50 chance. The 1-4-3 was a beautiful finish from Sneed. Muramatsu can't follow it with his own 1-6-1 in this game. He's left it pretty here.
65.
It's the battle of the
Cole
two darters
requires
now.
72. Game,
Sensational
shot,
finish from
and the
Sneed. He
match.
was good in
Cole
that game.
Sneed.
And you can just see the respect between the pair of them there. They brought the best out of each other. I thought Muramatsu played his part in a very, very enjoyable game. But Carl Sneed, that's one of his top performances so far this week. All the 8s, 88.88. But that 1-4-3 and the 3-1-8 is the highlight for him. We move on to game 4. It's Gilbert van der Meyden against Chris Gilliland.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Well, after the first round of fixtures, well, it's all about Chris Gilliland here in the live lounge in Port. So victory against Christopher Tunders in his first game moved him 2 points clear of Tunders, and now there's a 4-point gap between him and Haruki Muramatsu at the top of the pile. That was after Carl Sneed with 2 ton plus checkouts, including a 1-4-3, so he can get the better of Muramatsu in a last leg decider. Gilliland's in action against Gilbert van der Meijden's already beaten Makura Suzuki so far today. Watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Scott and Glenn.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Gilliland was a little indifferent at the start of his last game. He will be looking to start it a little quicker this time
First
around.
leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Once again, fielder Gilbert van der Meijden. We don't always know what's coming. Oh, well, there's a 180. So we know what that is now.
180.
And I'm wondering if this one, Glenn, that Gilbert van der Meijden, because he's playing the top of the group, it will change how he plays and make him concentrate a little bit more. And he knows that he's not going to get away with silly stuff here, doesn't he? So I wonder if that's going to change his game.
Yeah, I just think that win is what he needed in that opening game with Makura Suzuki. Don't forget he was on the back of 5 defeats as well. So I think that would help him relax. I felt he was a little bit nervy, jittery in that game with Makura.
85.
Expectation, he will have been expected to beat Makura in his mind. But now he's up against what I've labelled the class act of the group. And
81.
all of a sudden that expectation is more on this man in your picture. So you just feel Gilbert can throw a little bit more freely in this game. And he started very, very nicely.
I'm not to say he came to the qualifiers to be
Gilbert
here.
Requires
It's not like,
140.
he's been hand selected to come over and do what he does. He's won qualifiers and knocked out some very, very good players.
Well, if I've got my maths right, it's double 18. Surely if he went that way, he'd know that.
104.
I'd be 9 fingers and 11 toes out there, Scott, adding that up.
That's obviously a direction he doesn't usually go. He's seen somebody else do it, thought about it, and then thought, hang on a minute, I'm not sure what I've got left here.
Didn't think I did that
Gilbert
bull there.
requires 36.
He was expecting to hit the 25 maybe to sit up and try and leave a shot. Maybe that's the issue.
Oh, that's
Game
so
shot in
clever.
the first leg.
So
Gilbert
clever.
van
He's
Meijden.
probably in the mindset of what on earth has just happened on that 140 finish there.
Second
he then
leg
splits
is
the 18
Chris to throw
and then
first.
in a split
Game
second made
on.
that decision to go 2-8 there. Classy first leg from the Dutchman.
Had a bit of everything, but indecision, bit of good stuff.
180.
There we go now.
Yeah, good start from both, Scott.
24.
I'm good at that.
I know you shouldn't say it to another commentator. Just keep your gob shut, but that's what we're being paid to do.
100.
Yeah. Fans of the Modus Super Series, I think my classic was the last time worked with Chris Mason, where we had a player who was getting an
58.
incredible amount of bounce outs and then went maybe a couple of matches without one, of which I then said he hasn't had a bounce out for a while. Ping, the next dart bounced out. Yes, I'm getting very good.
130.
Oh, it's a tale of two halves already, this game, because the first leg, Gilbert van der Meijden was
97.
absolutely
Chris
superb.
requires
And
91.
Gilliland on this one is 2 darts away from an 11 darter.
But with van der
51.
Meijden back on 3-2-2, I'll just be happy to have set that up. And as you say,
60.
he
Chris
lost that first
requires
leg and
40.
he just bounced straight back, hasn't he? And that's what you've got to do.
Yeah, he knows it's on the throw of Gilliland. I think the way he threw them 3 darts. There's even times where you just want your opponent just to see out the game and
No
get ready for the
score.
next leg. You just feel like you're delaying the inevitable.
I'd say a 180 here would have made things interesting.
134.
Well, Gilliland
Chris
knows the importance of
requires
this game.
40.
He can go 4 points clear, remember, here. So he'll be the one who feels a little bit more than Gilbert. Gilbert's already thinking of his plan of attack for tomorrow.
Yeah, and if he goes 4 points clear, it will kind of allow for the element of
Game
surprise
shot
in a
and
game or
second
two
leg.
that,
Chris
somebody could
Gilliland.
catch him out, or it would allow for that. So
Third leg is Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
it would give him a buffer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and someone as good as Gilliland as well, I think he's capable of then seeing that. I thought this was a dangerous match with Gilbert. We've labelled him sort of that spoiler as well. I think he's got a massive average in him. Whether we're going to see it this week or in the future at MODUS Super Series. But that competition you mentioned, the players he beat, to win that ADC major.
Yeah, Jerome Miot, Wesley Plazier.
58.
Ryan De Vrede, who's been successful here as well. So, it was a tough route. And like I said, the information we've been getting, he's the real deal.
140.
You mentioned Ryan De Vrede there. He's a big motocross fan, and I know we have the Motocross of Nations here in 2024, only just up the road at Winchester.
85.
And I know Ryan has plans to come over for that.
Likes his kebabs as well, if I remember, Ryan, if you're watching.
I think he plans to hire a Winnebago type van and make a right week of it. So
why not? Well, it was a chance for an 11 darter in the previous leg with 91.
59.
This time you feel it's
Chris
a guaranteed
requires
chance of an 11 dart,
41.
as long as he doesn't mess about with a big number. He doesn't, and he loves double 12.
29. $94. Chris requires 12. Game shot on the third leg.
yeah,
Chris
nice little
Gilliland.
13 darter there. It's a break of throw.
Fourth leg is Chris to throw first. Game on.
So you feel that Gilliland here can see the finishing post on the group, can't he?
Yeah, very simple throw. Brings that dart back and then throws it through the line he brought
60.
it back on. So you tell yourself, how can it go in the 1 out of 5? Whereas with Gilbert, just right at the end, he's just twisting that hand there, like many players do, to get that
100.
elevation of that wrist. But again, imagine you're about to throw this dart. He brings it back, throws it through the line, he brings it back. And that's where consistency for me should come from.
Also, when you throw like that, and I know this is going to sound really weird, you have a stock dart in your repertoire. And when I say a stock dart, I mean, when things start to go wrong, you go back to a base to be able to start from again. And it'll be that stock dart where you go, right, I'm nice and straight. I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to go for the treble too much. I'm going to make sure I stay straight and find the 20s again and get myself ready again. And you get that from that type of throw that Gilliland has.
Amen.
97.
Yeah, he's a class actor, Chris Gilliland.
100.
Hasn't demonstrated all that this week. There's been a little bit too much head shaking, but he's just beginning to really turn the screw in this group. But
180. Chris
remember,
requires
don't ever write this man off.
161.
Another 2 180s, 4 between them. Been a good start to the day, this.
137. Gilbert requires 64.
So to go 2-2, slight mistake. Something we saw from him yesterday, missing the big numbers.
44.
I know he's missed a big double to get him back in the
Chris
match.
requires
And he cannot
24.
afford to do that.
I can't
Okay.
remember him missing tops, Scott, going big.
Game shot on the
Chris
fourth leg.
Gilliland's favourite double.
Chris Gilliland.
He hit it with frequency yesterday and had it as a go-to double a little bit yesterday.
Fifth leg,
Yeah,
it's
clearly
Gilbert to
Bandit,
throw first.
Myden, his
Game
double
on.
top's not his favoured one, but every time he's gone for it, he's always hit the big 20.
140. $100. 134.
Nice pick up there from Van der Meijden.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this performance from Gilliland. Remember, the more pressure's on him, which
100.
might seem a strange statement to make when he sat top of the table. But he could be moments away, walking back into that players' room, 4 points clear.
97.
And you
What we're
start
seeing-
getting, when you start getting to 18 and 20 points, Scott, you start thinking of the winning lines there.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you got to remember is Van der Meijden here is doing a 93 average and he's bottom of the group.
180. Gilbert requires 130.
I'll probably stake my reputation that I think Gilbert will be
50.
producing 90-plus averages
Chris
in Group
requires
C, Group B, wherever he ends up. But
121.
Gilliland just shy of 100 average now, and if this goes, would ping the 100 average. Treble 17 the shot. Bullseye.
96. Gilbert requires 80. Game
Cheeky,
shot on the
cheeky.
fifth leg. Gilbert Van Meijden.
Cheeky indeed. That would give you a
Sixth
slap
leg
upside of
is
the head
Chris to
15
throw
years ago
first.
down my local,
Game
I can
on.
tell you.
Yeah, it's the norm now, isn't it? I mean, who was it? Who really started that double-double?
Was it Klaassen?
Yeah, absolutely, it's the norm now. And like I say, for
140.
the players, maybe at the seniors event coming up very, very soon at the Circus Tavern, we may not see as many double-doubles there, but it's definitely part of
60.
the modern game now that, you know, that the argument is it's a bigger target. And I guess for a numbers guy, you can also go out the board as well. So but definitely a way that players will go on. Great dash from Van der Meijden.
125.
It might have been your mate Jose, you know. But in the more recent time on the tally box, may have been.
I think that's the 3 doubles. Remember that 120 did at the Premier League?
121.
But Nathan Aspinall was just brilliant, stood behind him.
I remember talking to him about that. He said, hey, Scotty, we're here to entertain. Yeah, you entertain me. 3 double tops. Lovely, my mate.
140.
When did Jose move to India? You can improve in your
140.
impersonations,
Chris
but
requires
Gilliland doesn't need to
96.
improve much. He's been absolutely blisteringly good in this game. He's 76 points away. It's double 8. Gilliland
Game,
was 4
shot,
points clear,
and
and
the
that
match.
was a
Chris
stunning
Gilliland.
display from the man from Northern Ireland. He knows it as well, and Gilbert Van der Meijden played his part in a beautiful game. You can see the respect. He looks over at his numbers and he'd be delighted to see 101.96. Excellent on the outer ring and a beautiful 96 to boot. He is on the march. What can you do about that, Haruki Muramatsu? He's up next against Mikuru Suzuki.
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it really is full advantage. Chris Gilliland now, he moves himself 4 points clear at the top of the table, having got the better of Gilbert van der Meyen before the break 4-2, doing so with an average just underneath 102 and a 96 checkout to complete the match, which means Haruki Muramatsu really does need to win every game from here on in if he's going to stand an outside chance of winning the group. 6 points behind Gilliland at the top of the table now. He takes on Makuru Suzuki with Scott and Glenn.
Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. He has to make a move now. Does Haruki? He's going to stop the
100.
Gilliland charge. Yesterday in this corresponding fixture, Suzuki did outblast
55.
Muramatsu, but on day one, Muramatsu beat Suzuki 4-1, so they're 1-1 on the heads-to-heads.
Yeah, it was at the point of the day, Scott, as well, where
100.
Muramatsu was looking good to go top of the table, and Suzuki done him no favours, and she was very professional and played really nice in that game. They'll know each other's games. They've got a head-to-head of one in the
100.
PDC Asian 2 was on the steel tip over the years, but I'm sure on the soft tip they've regularly played against each other, know each other's games. Suzuki just went, Haruki sort of tightened up a little bit in that game.
140.
Despite the fact he lost that opening game against Carl Sneed, I thought he looked really good, and he started this one very nicely as well.
Yeah, he has. Tum 140.
41.
Dream start.
Haruki requires 161.
Let's get to the stage where Muramatsu can only get to 20 points. So Gilliland on 18 points now. It's getting to the
65.
stage where even if people do win all their games, it's still in the hands of Gilliland. That looks like a different dart that Makuru is using for this match.
60.
Been
Haruki
some
requires
swapping and changing about with the
96.
players, hasn't there?
There's not a Peter Wright in sight.
$56. $85.
Grip area looks very
Haruki
similar to the
requires
dart she was
40.
using before, but front area
Game shot in the first
doesn't
leg.
quite look the same, but
Haruki
I think
Muramatsu.
it does look the same as Muramatsu. Double top, one dart. How many times have we seen that this week?
Second leg, it's Makuru to throw first.
Yeah, Haruki's
Game
definitely
on.
got better as the week's gone along. And like I say, despite the fact he lost that opening game, I saw incredible positives for him going forward as well. Tough to see him winning the group, even if
60.
he goes. I don't anticipate Gilliland making too many mistakes the rest of the day. I just think that might help the rest of the players just sort of relax a little bit. But Muramatsu seems to be grown into the competition.
100.
Yeah, that's a definite change. Will it bring her any different fortune?
125.
Muramatsu. There's that dart that has fascinated Scott Mitchell this week. He's dying for a throw, them Haruki.
60.
Yeah, I am. I got to the traffic lights outside this morning. I actually had a little, well, kind of hand sign conversation type with him.
140.
He was just shrugging his shoulders and going, "Hey, farmer, I've got no idea what you're talking about."
Bonnet de douche.
96.
He did get the bit where I said, "Dart, I like," and yeah.
$160.
Obviously, sensible player there. The last thing she wanted to do was bust the score and took that out of the equation.
That'll be that new grip on that new dart, I think.
97. Makuru requires 16.
Got to level up. The new dart, Scott. But same old problems.
No score.
Yes.
Haruki requires
Yeah, I was just about to say the
148.
same. But nothing alike.
$45. Makuru requires 16. Game shot on the
She
second
gets there in
leg.
the end.
Makuru Suzuki.
It was one of those, though, Glenn. If you give me enough chances at it, I'll hit it.
Third leg, it's Haruki to throw first. Game on.
I think she'll be brutally honest when we sort of speak to her this week. You know, how she's seeing the week going. I mean, she may be seeing the positives that first day.
55.
You know, both these players did look tired. You know, they were in different performances. I thought yesterday Suzuki looked really good. I'm surprised she's changed the darts. I was beginning to see good things for me yesterday.
60.
But as a dart player, sometimes you think the answer is by changing. That's something that obviously Peter Wright brought to the game. I'm the firm believer the total opposite of that. You know, the success will come from
100.
within, and not the colour of a different flight or a change of a barrel. But who am I to argue with Peter Wright?
We all do try things, I think, but we wouldn't dare bring it out. I think we'd just try a few things at home. I know
100.
with my recent sort of barrel change, I tried longer points, shorter points, and you just spend time on it, really. Longer stems with a shorter point, and there's so many combinations these days.
36.
It's all about what feels comfortable in your hand, and then you think, oh, I found it, and then the next day you pick it up and it feels totally random.
Short-term hit.
Yeah, well put. That is exactly what it is. It's a short-term hit.
100. $100.
This will be the battle of the scores of exactly 100 this game.
$60.
Once again, she tries to go over the top of that dart, and that was a lovely camera shot to show exactly her stature stood at the board and how high those darts are above her.
98.
And then she's still trying to get over the top of that dart that's under the treble 20.
That's a beautiful angle, that. I do like that. The whole mechanics of the throw, starting with the balance, the throw, the stance.
80. Haruki, you
She
require
does throw from
112.
quite high up on her head, doesn't she? Because of that stature issue, we'll call it.
Double top.
92.
Honestly,
Makuru requires
He hits
101.
them every time, first dart, promise you.
$81. Haruki, you require 20.
well, double 10 has been good to many players this week. Not to be for Haruki.
10.
And a chance to break.
Makuru requires 20.
Indeed, and important could this be in the context of the match?
Game shot on the third leg.
And those two darts just so
Makuru
typical of this
Suzuki.
game. The one was an absolute fly, nearly missed the board totally, and the second one, bosh, straight
Fourth
in double
leg,
10.
Makuru to
Yeah,
throw
first
first.
one nearly went in.
Game on.
80s Mike. Second one, smack bang centre. You could not have put it more central if you'd have put it in by hand.
95.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage, what we call the hump on the Wednesday, where we've sort of seen 6 players, and so the ups and downs of them have beginning to think that Chris Gilliland's in a position right now where it's in his hands.
140.
He'd probably look the class act. Let's even get to a stage where I'm thinking, will he throw the first dart of this week? And also the last dart comes Saturday night, because it doesn't often happen, that.
140.
But now also looking forward to the new players coming in tomorrow. There's always sense the change of the guard on a Thursday morning, a Thursday afternoon when we start, and of course then the B on the
85.
Thursday night. And then once we've seen all, we can start giving our analysis who we think will pick up that trophy come Saturday.
100.
Yeah, Suzuki not thinking ideally there. Wonder she'll look over now in the realisation.
45. 59.
May start on the 19s on 2-3-1. Staying upstairs.
Forced that one a little bit, didn't he? With a shoulder in that one.
45. Makuru requires
Scrappy times for
107.
Muramatsu. Suzuki taking control. Remember when they played yesterday? Makuru came out as victor. Double 16.
75. 150.
Lovely setup
Makuru
there. So
requires 32.
Suzuki on what she feels is her preferred side of the
Game on
board.
the fourth leg. Makuru
All of a sudden
Suzuki.
becomes her preferred side of the board when you go out one dart there on 32. So it's a 3-1 lead to Suzuki
Fifth
in a
leg, it's
game
Haruki
where
to throw first.
Muramatsu really
Game on.
have been wanting to win this quite desperately to keep him in the mix, but
59.
not carefully be having to look over his shoulder to see which group he's in. For Thursday, Friday, he could be battling for the last spot of Group B.
60.
Makuru may stick ahead in the comms box and say that's the reason I changed my darts. 1 win out of 1.
$45.
I mean, in old money, Scott, I mean, she's averaging over 27 here. You know, and the old 1 dart average you used to work on. She's had a lot of averages in the, you know, early 80s to mid 80s.
40.
You know, just getting to that mid 80 mark right now. I mean, you can't buy this match practice. You know, the women's series will be high on the agenda this year. The women's match play, of course, the World Championships, etc. What her plans are.
100.
She's thrown some decent stuff this week.
Yeah, she has, and as you rightly say, it's what you and I would call proper match practice. It's proper match scenario. It's proper match
22.
stage. It's you just cannot buy this. And I was on social media last night, and I up on one of the dart sites that I follow, and a guy was going, look, I'm doing 98s at home against the dart bot on the computer, and I head off out and I can't get over a 77. And the reason for that, I just wanted to go on there and say the reason for that is when you're playing a computer or a dart spot, it's not a real match. You're under no
45.
pressure. The guy's not stood in front of you. It's totally different, and I'm sure you must come across that, Glenn, with the coaching.
I had a night last night of what we call mentor chats, and I think that is the most common question. You know, why can't I handle my nerves when I go to the local pub? Yet when I play the dart bot, I'm averaging close to 80, 90.
Yeah, so then that beggars the fact is, what are these guys that are doing 100 averages on the TV? What are they averaging at home? Under no pressure, you know? It's the same for everybody at every level, and they think it's only happening to them. That's the thing that I find strange.
Once again, a nearly happy accident for Haruki, but this time it's Makuru who's gone quiet in this leg. Literally seconds ago, she was averaging mid-80s. She's dipped under the 80 mark right now, which is an indication that she's fallen asleep a little bit in this leg. She's on the dart to Muramatsu, so no need to panic.
100.
Of course, she's going to ping in and score 100 because that's what she does.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
I like that with
Haruki
38. You see, I'm a big
Muramatsu.
fan of that. Have a chance of winning the leg and split it. You know, it for me,
6th
straight
leg,
at
it's
it.
Makuru to throw
You know,
first.
go at it hard.
Game
Don't go
on.
at it to miss outside. Go at it hard. Hit the 19, then hit the 3 and go for your double 8. That's the way to split any of those. 38, 34. That's the way I think it should be done.
100.
Nothing to separate them on the scoring power pack there, as you see.
136.
It's just come down to a little bit of magic this game. And the darts like that from Haruki. He's given himself a chance, but
140.
great start here from the pair of them.
100.
Yeah, continued on there by Muramatsu. Here she goes again. It's running a little bit quicker as well, I would anticipate as well,
100.
this leg.
Yeah, I picked that up as Haruki should start in the 19s on 265. It's one of those numbers that when you see it should go upstairs now, because a single and a treble 20 would leave 164. But of course, a single there would also leave a finish.
97.
I'm with you, Haruki. I'm confused now. 84 left. I do know for Suzuki.
137.
Just a stunning leg of darts for Makuru.
24, sat on 24 after 12, not too shabby. And here's Haruki. I was going to say he had a chance to be sat
Makuru
there on
requires 24.
28. Double 12 for the match, and she
Game,
takes
shot,
it.
And the match.
She breaks hearts
Makuru
once
Suzuki.
again. Makuru Suzuki takes that 4-2 in what was a tidy game between the two country compadres. 85 for Muramatsu, but an 84 for Suzuki. She just nicks it. So we head off to a short break, and we'll be back with Chris Tunders versus Carl Sneed.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So that is probably that now as far as Haruki Murematsu is concerned. 4-2 win for Mikuru Suzuki, sealing it with a 13-darter before the break. Christopher Tunners can move within a couple of points of Chris Gilliland at the top of the tail if he beats Carl Sneed. Watching this on Scott and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, a big game coming up for Christopher Tunders. I think he was looking really good in that
First
massive
leg,
top of the table
Christopher to
clash
throw
in his first game against
Game
Chris
on.
Gilliland. Refereed by Adi Mason. And it was just a disappointing conclusion of the game. But one thing my co-commentator did mention,
43.
Christopher Tunders had a long wait for his second game. And I think he'll have gone back and reflected thinking, what a missed opportunity. And he'll have seen Chris Gilliland then come back and put a terrific 100-plus average in against
100.
Gilbert van der Meerden. Can Tunders respond? Can he keep the pressure on Gilliland? Or is he going to keep swaying these darts all over? Well, that second dart may answer that.
61.
Well, it gets the one off there, Glenn, that shot. But I don't know what to say about that.
97.
Well, I'll tell you what I will say. I was going to, in my troubles, I was going to a Pro Tour the next day, started a practice. I had a little bit of building work going on. I was frustrated with
97.
dust and everything in the house. I thought, I've got a big couple of days of darts, and I swang in the biggest treble 12 I've ever done in my life, and I was like, just put them down.
100.
I was like, that's it. People say, tell me about your low moments. I said, bizarrely,
140.
in my own house, hitting a treble 12 up a treble 20 was one of the moments. Because, I mean, he said on Tuesday that when he has this body movement, when he's flinging them from the rafters, that's when he's at his best. He's all about
81.
rhythm.
Christopher
But I
requires
think
160.
if he's going to improve his consistency, he needs to work on the fundamentals of his throw still, because these are going
28.
all over the place today.
Carl requires 123.
Bag of nails, I think they call it. It's the technical term. And I think we can see in the background, it's what he's calling it too. And you cannot continue to do that against a guy like
89.
Carl Sneed, because he will pick that up.
And he's, like I said, he's a stereotypical tough nut to crack, isn't he? He just gets on with a job. He's barely said anything about Carl Sneed this week, and that's probably the biggest compliment we can give him.
65. Carl's last score was 91. Carl, you require 32. Game on the
16
first
dart
leg.
to Scott.
Carl Sneed.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done. Nice little breaker throw.
Second
We all
leg,
work on
Carl
that
to throw
15
first.
dart sort of
Game
ceiling, don't we, on a breaker throw? You've got to be out in 15 to have a chance.
I mean, if Sneed has a good day, I think he will
134.
look back at moments yesterday thinking, you know, I could have topped this group. Or the positive side for him will be
55.
thinking, I'm just heading just nicely for a Group B campaign. It's going to be on a night when I'm more used to playing a lot of my darts.
Yeah, if we look back to Monday, we sort of have to remember
100.
kind of escaped with 6 points is a good thing there. So I think the both have evened themselves out, the Monday and
60.
the Tuesday play. Probably a little underperformed, deserved a little more yesterday, but on Monday he certainly didn't. He got a little bit more than his game deserved. But
57.
looking better than that today on all counts.
Yeah, it'll be Group C that we start tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
59.
Of course, the bottom three of Group A campaign would join Chris Hurds, the ADC qualifier, Reece Colley, who we're looking forward to seeing, and one of the main favourites for the win
80.
overall, Justin Hood. Happy feet. So that'll be the state of play tomorrow. And tomorrow night, we'll see Joe Mernon. Really looking forward to seeing Joe. He's been a professional player a long time.
180.
His team just smashes in another
Carl requires
180.
130.
Ryan Harrington and Harry Gregory as Carl Sneed is looking for the small fish.
105.
Almost gets it.
Christopher requires 147.
Yeah, the 130 in the last match was a real catalyst to get him going.
57. Carl requires 25.
Doesn't miss the big number, and he loves double 10. And that's the
Game's
reason
on the
why
second
Sneed
leg.
leads
Carl
2-0.
Sneed.
Just as he goes to that water table there, just pat his hand, Scott, and just whatever.
Third
What
leg.
I noticed on
Christopher
the
to throw first.
PDC tour,
Game on.
people would have like photos that just touch to one side. I'm thinking Mensa Sulovic is a real one. A piece of chalk, they just move across.
135.
Were you ever into anything like that? Yellow Klassen was another one. I think it's all part of the psychology of all that yin and yang and all that, I believe.
No, I was
60.
never like that. I only sort of returned to the table if I needed a sip of water, but I believe that was cheating myself at times. I don't know.
100.
It just depended on how the game sort of played. Sometimes people try to play at my pace, which is fine. So you go off and find something else to do, and I'm
100.
sure that Yella and sort of Mensa developed that when they were playing slower players to try and. I know Mensa does it an awful lot, doesn't he? He'll just move this to here and then go back. It's just to take your mind off of what your opponent's doing. It's all part of the psyche of the game, I think.
I think when you're working with a sports psychologist, I think that's something that maybe has been
100.
incorporated there.
Christopher requires 133.
Toonders has been so much better in this leg. He's been flinging them from all over, and that is
Game
extremely
shot to the
special.
third
What a
leg.
finish that is, young man.
Christopher Toonders.
Myself and Scott Mitchell are just adding that score up.
Hang on, we're just taking our shoes and socks off here, so we've got enough digits to count.
And the smile is back. Yeah, 133. I won't forget that one now.
100.
Absolutely. A strange one. I
93.
remember one with Michael Unterbuchner where we were 3-3 and he was sat on 84 and he went ball double 17 to beat me 4-3.
But I'm guessing because
83.
he goes that way because the 25 is 19 tops. I'm guessing I've seen people do that, but that's the only problem. You don't. It's one of them darts where you don't want to hit the ball on 84.
85.
You actually want to hit the 25.
Absolutely. It's and he just wandered off, picked his leather jacket up, threw it over his shoulder, and off he went. Thanks, Scotty. Off he went. I thought, thank
57.
you, Michael. Lovely jubbly.
Well, there's one trophy I never won till very late in my BDO career, the World Dart Trophy, and I'm pretty certain I beat Unterbunker in the final of that one.
97.
I expected him to really kick on, and he sort of stalled a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he's one of those that work as his kind of life, I think, and he really
100.
enjoys his work from what I can gather. And he only ever plays darts around when he's got holidays left or
59.
whatever. And there's so many
Carl
players out there
requires
like that. And
161.
that's why it's a touch unfortunate at times. You wonder how far they could have gone or could go. He's not in our age bracket, is he?
75.
Not many are in the dart
Christopher
players now.
requires
Well, we've got the seniors too, and the
167.
World Championships coming up. Seen one spectacular finish from Toonders.
58.
Carl Sneed just
Carl
quietly but
requires
effectively
86.
getting on with his job. He'll look at treble 18. For double 16.
Takes a step back, which is what he does. Could be a hindrance. Going for the top side.
54.
Didn't quite get up there.
Couldn't have been any
Christopher
closer, could it?
109.
Absolutely no idea if this goes or not with Toonders. No idea. From a treble 12 to a treble 19, double 19, double 19 combo we've seen from this man. He needs that treble 19 again.
52. Carl requires 32.
Yeah,
Game
nice
on the
finish
fourth
from
leg.
Sneed
Carl
there. Very nice
Sneed.
finish. And it's quite easy to get put off. When you see a 1-3-3 like Toonders did, you
Fifth
start,
leg. It's Christopher
start to
throw
think,
first. Game on.
here we go. And he hasn't done that, Sneed here. He's got more experience than that. He's probably got
83.
going on in his head, well, you're going to have to keep doing that if you're going to get anywhere near me, young man. And that has to be the attitude.
Yeah, it's been a considerable improvement for Carl Sneed today.
60.
Just him generally as well. He looks totally within himself. He started the day very nicely with a win over Haruki.
140.
a little too late, but like I say, he put himself in a fantastic position for the rest of the week. He looks in good shape.
57.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And
42.
one of the things I've noticed lately about the dart retrieval for left-handers
100.
is they tend to go for the dart with their right hand and then spin back into the kind of face of
140.
the player that's throwing to kind of avoid the referee. And if you're left-handed, surely that would be your dominant hand to take the dart out with.
Yeah, I think Mark Webster's exactly the same.
96.
Which, again, consistency's come back for Toonders. That cheeky double 19 combo
38.
worked once.
Carl requires
But
144.
not this time, and this is for the match. It would be a special way to win it, not to be. Toonders will be back.
88. Christopher requires 58. 18.
Yes,
Carl
that type
requires
of day
56.
for Toonders so far. He had the perfect day. Yes, they were 5 wins out of 5. Is he seconds away from losing his opening 2 games? Carl Sneed goes through his process. He looks at tops and hits it. That was a very professional, clean and concise performance there from Carl Sneed. It's 2 wins out of 2 from the man from Lancashire. He's playing really nicely for Toonders. That inconsistency really did cost him throughout that game. Good numbers throughout. A beautiful 1-3-3 from Toonders finish. But Carl Sneed with that double top, he continues his rise up to the top as we move on to a match between Gilbert van der Meerden against Haruki Muramatsu.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw the flash and the brash from Christopher Tunders, but the quality from Carl Sneed to seal a 4-1 victory against the German. Right, let's have a look at the league table then. Following 12 rounds of 15 in Group A, and it's very much now advantage Chris Gilliland. He has a 4-point lead at the top of the table with just 6 points left to play for in terms of this group. Christopher Tunders now second place and Carl Sneed in third. Haruki Muramatsu, who began the day with a realistic ambition of trying to win Group A, and now finds himself in fourth, and it could well be a Group C stint for the Japanese star. So that's how the table looks. Let's move into our next round of matches, and it's going to kick off with Haruki Uematsu in action. He takes on Gilbert van der Meyen, and watching this one down in the commentary box is Scott Mitchell, who's alongside Glenn Dunt.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Yeah, bringing up the table scenario, you would think that Haruki here needs to definitely take 2 points to give himself and keep himself in with a shout of that Group B spot. With Gilbert van der Meyen, we sometimes don't know what Gilbert's coming. You can see himself G'ing himself up there behind Muramatsu as he walks back behind him.
First leg, Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Which is good to see. But when I looked at that table, I started thinking for Haruki, it's a must-win for him. But then I started thinking, Scott, would he rather be in Group
80.
C where Makuru will be as well? You know, because that players area does play an important part of things, and you know, Makuru's English is better than Haruki.
66.
So, you know, if she was to go into a group without Haruki, I think she can engage and communicate better. But part of me was thinking there,
140.
is it best, you know, for the success of Haruki if they stay together?
Yeah, you might have something there, mate. Yeah, it's a good thing to pick up on. It's
85.
We spoke yesterday how the camaraderie in the back room is, you know, really good. And maybe it could be slightly split
93.
because of the language barrier this time around. It's a point that I never really thought of, with one being in one group and one being in the other. But we've been around Makuru, and I've been out to Australia with her, and she doesn't mind keeping herself to herself either. So I don't think it would affect her as much as maybe Haruki.
Yeah, the one person that really shocked me of doing their own thing was Leonard Gates. I expected him to be the life and soul as Haruki puts in a stunning setup play. But Gilbert, after 12, 2 darts to check this out. That's a beautiful 14-dart hold.
Game shot in the first leg. Gilbert van der Meyen.
Very, very nice darts.
Second leg, Haruki to throw first. Game on.
Haruki, this is his 3rd game of the day. He's on the back of 2 defeats already. We did talk this morning how he was just grown into the
99.
competition. Like I said, is he walking into the better Gilbert van der Meyen?
140.
Looking that way at the moment, the numbers very early in this match are a good indicator that this could have all the ingredients to be a real cracker.
85.
Yeah, Haruki's averaged sort of 85 and 86 in his first 2 matches, so he's sort of doing the levels we've come to
94.
expect from him. He's still yet to change flight system back to the one he's been using for the last 2 days.
85.
He's obviously feeling more comfortable with them as they are.
Yeah, 78.
It's interesting. His best darts at Gilbert's thrown out are not being as smooth as darts. We did talk on Monday and Tuesday about using words like elegant and free-flowing. He does seem a bit more jabby today, but
65.
he's posting some cracking numbers. Really important when you stand there. Just let instinct take over. Just throw the dart. Keep it as simple as you can do.
Haruki requires 167.
That's my assessment for Gilbert at this moment.
A lovely 153 set up to lead the 36.
Oh, this is a beautiful game.
131.
Beautiful game.
Gilbert requires 36.
Can he see it out?
27. Haruki requires
The answer is no. And if
36.
Muramatsu was watched how far he's missed by there, this will go first dart.
Game shot on the
Second
second
will
leg.
do.
Haruki Muramatsu. Third leg, Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
And that 102 for Van der Meijden is, not forgetting he's missed 3
60.
darts, a double there at the end of that one as well.
Have you played in Asia yet, Scott? It's a dream of mine to go over there.
Yeah, mine too. And who knows?
99.
Maybe Adrian Gray might sort of pick me for the soft tip World Championship. Who knows?
85.
Would you go?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Somewhere I've always wanted to play.
Come on, Adrian, get him in.
Not sure they do Great Britain shirts big enough.
27.
If
Just
it
have
was
a great one then.
if it was in an if it was in an Asian shirt, I think I'd be 11XL or something.
100.
Bit like that shirt Jim Williams bought me in Turkey, 15XL. Cheek.
He is a cheeky chappy, that boy.
100.
There's a beautiful camera angle of our
180.
stage that we're very proud of here. Get yourself to an ADC competition, get yourself to the regional finals, and get yourself here. We're only a few weeks away, Scott, from giving a check out for 20,000 quid. Will it be this man with darts like this?
Game shot on the third leg. Gilbert van der Meijden.
Yeah, very much. Very much so.
Fourth leg.
Good
Haruki
message.
to throw first. Game on.
Does there. Get yourself out there. The opportunities are now more than ever to progress your way in our beautiful game.
99.
Yeah, it was the Northeast qualifier on Sunday. Obviously, I had that 5-hour drive to Portsmouth, and I had nerves knotted in my stomach because I was hoping Carl
96.
Coleman was going to qualify, and a lot of the big hitters lost early doors, and I thought it must be Carl's from here. And then I pulled over at the services to, he put his disappointing response, and
60.
just felt he started looking around the room, Scott, and thinking, I can win this all of a sudden. When the realisation kicks in, you're thinking, I used to do it on the tour as well. Well, he's out. He's out. There's only me left here.
You've took the words right out of my mouth. That is exactly what you used to do. I was just about to say the same. He's been hanging around you too long, does
140.
Yeah, I stopped. The day I stopped looking at draws and things like that I was obsessed with averages for a while. That's why I like to speak to people who have the same issues, because
58.
the averages will look after themselves when you start hitting your doubles, when you're thinking about it up there. I used to play Super League games, Scott, and say 27-33 average as the winning double went in.
140.
Yeah, no, I've never been that over about it, but I've always been the same about what you say about the average. The average will always take care of itself, and
100.
It used to be in the county room and people say, I'm going to do a 30 average today, and I just couldn't ever be like that and predict that.
Well, if Haruki hits this double top, he'll be peppering the 100 average.
42.
Well, Gilbert's playing who's
107.
I say that this 107 won't go. He's been sublime in this match so far. 57 left. Cheeky, cheeky.
60.
Luke Little was back in the building.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
Yeah, you've got two players over the age of 50 and you're just sort of looking at each other and thinking, maybe if the
Fifth
timing
leg,
was slightly
Gilbert to throw
different.
First. Game on.
Slight disrespect to that brilliant play, our Asian star Haruki Muramatsu. I think it's fine with these bull 11 bulls of Littler, bull 7 bull there from Gilbert, but his opponent sat on double 10.
Yeah, like I say, if I was a sponsor then I would have put him over my knee, I think, and taught him a lesson. That is not what I expected. Yeah, be flamboyant. Yeah, be entertaining. But maybe not at that
59.
moment.
When your opponent's on 300, maybe.
Yeah, when your opponent's on 300, he snapped 1 point in one dart and broke the stem in the other. That would be when I would do it.
81.
Yeah, he tried the blind 180 yesterday, didn't he? And
60.
that's when Adrian Lewis first did it. When Littler started going bull, so we'll be going to academies now, and young players will be doing that. They'll be following their idols.
Yeah, and those academies at the moment are absolutely
54.
rammed full of, off the back of the Littler sensational stuff that he's done for the sport over the last few weeks. And
60.
yeah, I'm an ambassador at the Andover Darts Academy, and I check in on all their Facebook posts and everything, and the room is absolutely rammed to the rafters at the minute. It's great to see, though,
96.
really great to see, and just means that the future is very bright for our sport.
140.
Yeah, the Northeast has always been labelled a real hotbed of darts, and rest assured the future's very bright, certainly in our future as well, thanks to the hard work of those volunteers who are turning up the
100.
whether
Gilbert
it's county
requires
youth,
142.
JDC, or just standard academies now, as Gilbert looks at this 142. 62 left, and treble 10 will be the shot.
110.
No messing about this time.
Haruki requires 110.
Treble 17. Frustratingly, Scott, Gilbert should be throwing now for the match.
Yeah,
38.
yeah, absolutely.
Gilbert requires 32.
But he has to learn those lessons and know that they're there.
Game shot in the fifth
But
leg.
he's been a different
Gilbert
player,
van der
like you said,
Weyden.
since he's won that game. The first thing, his first game today.
And we said maybe he wants some advice from family and
Sixth
and maybe
leg,
they said to
Haruki
him,
to throw
get
first.
some blood, some
Game
adrenaline rushing through that body, and go for a blind 180 bull 7 bull. There might be something to try and get him going. But I just think there's a time and a place, and when your
100.
opponent sat in double 10 at 2-1. But I was labelled boring. Boring does that maybe for that reason.
123.
I think if you look at my first appearance at Lakeside, I was bouncing around the place and giving it some, and I lost the game, and I came home, and people said, "What are you doing? You don't do that normally. What are you doing?" I said, "It's just excitement at the
99.
moment." And no, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. And that kind of developed me into the player that I am now, which is not giving very little away.
180.
Second of the match and his 12th of the week. He looks like he's really enjoying himself as Gilbert.
92.
Lovely performance from Maiden here. Just peppering that 100 average mark, by far his best average of the week.
101. Gilbert requires 106.
Well, he's going to get a dart for the match. It's double 18.
88. Haruki requires
He's going to need
109.
another, but is he going to get a chance? Matsu now. Where's he going? 9 for double top.
Game shot in the sixth
is
leg. Haruki Muramatsu.
Bounce back ability from Haruki Muramatsu there.
Seventh leg. Gilbert to throw first.
Gilbert misses.
Game on.
Muramatsu hits.
60.
There's the flicky dart that we haven't seen from him this week. Just thinking the way Haruki threw them darts there, I don't think he
100.
really appreciated the bull 7 bull. Maybe just give a little bit of added intensity from his point of view. And all of a sudden
40.
now, Haruki becomes favourite for this match.
Yeah, you miss one dart at double 18 and then your world starts to fall apart for the next 5 minutes.
100. 57.
This is like a running race where Gilbert's been 10, 20 metres ahead of Haruki. And with a lap to go, Haruki's on his shoulder now and he's just beginning to go in front here. That's the way this game has gone. Gilbert needs to find something. He's still found the treble 18s this time, but 6 starts from 176 for the man from Japan.
$41.
I think that last double treble visit from Van der Meijden really did upset Haruki,
100.
Haruki a little bit there.
Haruki requires 135.
I've seen some fantastic finishes this week. Not to beat for Haruki.
63.
Sets it up okay.
Gilbert requires 116.
But Gilbert is going to get a dart for the match. It's tops.
76. Haruki requires 72.
And a match start also for Muramatsu. That
Game,
was a very enjoyable
shots,
game
and a
between
match.
two
Haruki
great players
Muramatsu.
playing their real A game there. Gilbert Van der Meijden will be disappointed. He showed some real flamboyant moves in that game. Big scoring came from him. Was averaging near 100 throughout. But Muramatsu, he stayed right and he was on the shirt tails throughout. And look at the checkout ratio. A beautiful 109 finish. The man from Japan puts his best performance in of the day as next up. It's top of the table, Chris Gilliland against Carl Sneed.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Haruki Muramatsu got his first win of the day, beating Gilbert Van der Meijden by 4 legs to 3. Right, Chris Gilliland finds himself 4 points clear at the top of the Group A table. He takes on Carl Sneed, one of those players in the chasing pack. Victory for the Northern Irishman in this one will move him at 6 clear of Sneed, with Tunders still to play in this round of fixtures. Watching this one in the commentary box, Scott and Glenn.
Throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Gilliland has been a guy on the march today. Without doubt, he had a statement with his 101
60.
9-6 in the last game to say, I'm heading off into the sunset and I don't mind having a couple of
99.
days off if I can get them.
Yeah, it's that old question, Scott, isn't it? Do you want a couple of days off? But I think if you ask anybody, I do sense he's just been chipping
43.
away at those flights there. They're definitely landing. He's clearly searching, despite the fact he's, 10 minutes away from being 6 points clear of everybody. And when you see that 20-point
100.
mark, then we can start looking at the permutations where, not an awful lot of players can catch him, if anybody, after that. He's got a great legs difference, and that feels like an extra point as well, doesn't it, Scott?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, the legs difference has been...
140.
We've seen people miss out by legs difference here. We've seen them at Q School. That legs difference is so crucial in all forms of darts these days.
80.
Like you say, it's always worth an extra point. But Gilliland doesn't need to play to protect now. I know he's not there, and no player when you're playing. We're sat here saying, well, it's going to be
98.
very difficult for somebody to catch him from here, particularly if he wins here. But Sneed is playing for his Group B status.
100.
Three
Chris requires
from
160.
5 go through from Group B, so it is more favourable to be there, and it just depends where the guys are thinking mentally.
Yes, that incredibly tough Group B this time. It'd be tough to
100.
pick 3 from
Cole requires
a
122.
potential 5 from there. Well, treble 18 or bullseye to start. It's the 18s. You'll stay there. Not to be in Gilliland without looking. It's that the relief now of
42.
hearing no game shot.
Chris requires 60.
And set up, and like I say, because of the flat dart, the finish of 60 means he doesn't have to move across the hockey like a lot of us. That's a fabulous angle. The double 10.
40. Cole requires 80.
So a chance for Sneed to break. Again, he
60.
catches the flight, doesn't he? With
Chris
that last,
requires
the way that the
20.
darts go in for Carl Sneed, it does matter where they go.
Ten.
Oh, bends
Cole
the blade
requires
once again.
20.
So Sneed will come back for double 10, and we know he likes it.
Yeah, you can see the smile there from Gilliland because he's got the better of Sneed this week quite comfortably. Double 5 to Sneed.
15.
Oh, we've just been on the back
Chris
of a beautiful
requires
game between
10.
Haruki and Gilbert, and this one started not what we expected. This is a top of the table clash, remember? Maybe the realisation for Gilliland that a win here, and he's almost home and hose, but this is
6.
disappointing stuff from the boys.
Cole
Yeah, Monday it
requires
was a
5.
4-0 win in favour of Gilliland, and yesterday it was 4-2.
Game shot on the first leg. Cole
Another
Sneed.
situation where you give me enough goes at it, mate, I'll hit it for you.
Yeah, just a couple of points for me here. It gets to a stage now, forget
Second
averages.
Leg, it's Cole to throw
Because
first.
they've been ruined in
Game
that
on.
first leg, and that's probably what he's saying to himself. It's about the 2 points. But I also know a smile between the pair of them, and that's telling me that maybe they've been practice partners. Maybe they've got on in the practice room between them.
41.
Gilliland will have to find that intensity, which is really proved successful for him because he knows this is a huge game for him and possible, probable qualification with a victory here.
Yeah.
55.
Yeah, good assumption there. I think you're probably right. You've got a German, a Dutchman,
60.
2 Japanese, and pros. These two could have been actually thrust together as a sitting together as a chat, and just for a chat more than anything.
100.
Yeah, we're very proud here at the MODUS Super Series how global it's getting. Like I said, I have to give a mention to the Scandinavian players that we've seen. on this hockey as well. We've seen an actual champions winner in
100.
Raymond Smith, the successor Leonard Gates. Of course, you know, you're thinking of tomorrow, the Premier League, and a lot of the promos that we do at the MODUS Super Series.
60.
There's a real basis for Luke Littler as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think each time he was here, you could see how much he enjoyed it
100.
and what it meant to him to pick that trophy up.
And the strategy he had here with I remember a game he had with Gerwin Price recently at Bahrain, and he was on 186, and he just hit a fat 16. Just like he would have done at the MODUS Super Series to leave the 170.
140.
So he's transferred his whole game to the professional scene as well. He hasn't been frightened by the Price and Van Gerwens. He's just brought a new dimension to the game.
I think you're right, and we spoke earlier about how players don't always get their practice game out
Chris,
to
you
the board. I
require
think he's one of those that
146.
actually does.
$95. Carl, you require 62.
For a 2-0 lead, been a great day so far for Carl Sneed.
14.
48 left. Big dart.
30. Chris, you require 51.
Yeah, went that route because he obviously wanted to get back to his double 10. Gilliland on tops now.
Game shot on the
Smack
second
bang
leg.
centre.
Chris Gilliland.
You wouldn't doubt that he'd ever hit that, would you?
Yeah, well, I doubted anyway. 1 from 9 and
Third
1 from
leg,
6.
it's Chris to throw first.
Really surprised
Game
at the
on.
first 2 legs in this one. This was a potential to be game of the day. They've both been absolutely flying today. But it's felt flat the first 2 legs. Could that score rejuvenate both players?
$180.
They're both on a 9.
140.
Yeah, the crowd would boo at this point.
96.
And don't forget, you make it a special atmosphere on a Saturday night. Just scan that QR code. I was going to say barcode then. That was back in Henry getting the beers in, but never mind.
95.
Okay, yourself here on Saturday night. There's a small booking fee by scanning that QR code. You do make it a very special atmosphere on Saturday night, and the players really do appreciate. So hopefully we'll get you here Saturday night. And Matthew Edgar's going to be here Saturday night, so if we can have the Edgar
Chris
army here.
requires 86. Game shot.
Yeah,
on the
lovely
third
finish
leg.
that.
Chris Gilliland.
Clean and sweet as a nut.
Yeah, 11 dart as well, Scott.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Well, the averages were languishing as we started that third leg there, but a beautiful 11 darter.
140.
Seems to have awoken Carl Sneed as well. As the match just beginning to really warm up nicely.
$55.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Glenn. It is warming up nicely. Nothing to do with me having just turned the aircon off here in the commentary box.
140.
I knew it was getting cold in here when the Penguins walked out.
I know, happy feet, he's not here till tomorrow.
59. $57.
Sneed has come back nicely here.
100.
Back-to-back
Cole
140s and
requires
57.
164.
Sneed would not be able to top the group, of course, if he loses this match. So that there's that added impetus there to
58.
keep him involved.
To be fair, I think down in fourth place. He's kind of sat at the minute. The last thing he'd be
100.
thinking is about
Cole
topping the group.
requires
He's thinking about his Group
106.
B status, I think.
I think so too, because we don't expect Gilliland to make too many mistakes. A double 16 for Sneed.
90.
Most added to his ton plus shot outs there. Had a few this week. 108 a couple of times, 105, 130, 143 today.
89. Cole requires 16.
Yeah, it's been a funny old game, this one, but we could be all level after these darts.
Game
We are
shot on
level.
the fourth leg. Cole
And
Sneed.
just the way now, it's just clearly a best of three game. It's
Fifth leg. Chris to throw first. Game on.
surprisingly, Scott, both players look a little bit flat, but from the point of view of Gilliland, he can wipe out most of the field. He can get with a victory here 20 points with only Toonder's
60.
realistic able to catch him to get to 20 points. But he's got an incredible legs difference and he's got games to come which he'd be a big favourite in. This is where I thought we'd see the best from
41.
Gilliland.
Yeah, Toonder's played a little bit indifferent today.
41.
So far as an 83 average and he had a 73 in his first game. He'd lost.
59.
So lost with the 83, so we expect Gilliland not to be fearing Toonders too much on what form he's brought to the day so far.
100.
Yeah, we're getting quite a few questions. Who do we think, myself or Scott, thinks will win the Premier League? But we've done a little promo with our socials team as well,
100.
so we'll give you a shout out for that. But really exciting times for the players. On the day before day one, they'll be doing so much media today. It'll be a realisation for Luke Littler what it's all about. Every newspaper
40.
and every media outlet globally now will have a lot of interest in the Premier League.
Yeah, of course, and those of you that have the
95.
regular sports stations will see that he is now on adverts to promote sport in general, not just about the Premier League currently.
Yeah, I think I've only ever seen it with Fallon and, you know, the incredible
140.
interest she created in 2019. And now it's all about this wonder kid.
94. Chris requires
Yeah, he's a
120.
new sensation for sure.
Critical moments in this game now. The hold the throw for Gilliland. He's going to get a dart at tops.
80.
There's been moments of brilliance,
Cole
that's all.
requires
You
112.
just sense for Sneed, if he really wants that Group B campaign, if he wants to put pressure on Gilliland, this type of finish has to go. He had an interesting
92.
decision to make there because he's a double 16
Chris
man, but
requires
didn't fancy the
40.
big 20. We've seen him kiss into the tungsten. Went for the tops, which is his second favoured double. And Gilliland take a lead of 3-2. Double 10.
Asking questions of himself now.
20.
That time did not answer them.
Cole requires 20. Game shot on the fifth leg.
Sneed jumps
Cole
all
Sneed.
over it.
surprisingly a real slow burner of a game. You just want to just press a little bit of fast forward on the
flag,
pair of them. I
call
think
to
they're just
throw
maybe
first.
overthinking the
Game
situation.
on.
Certainly that man there knows the importance of this game. It's just been played at a pace where I don't think it's actually suiting either of them, which can be done when there's an awful lot going on in the game.
58.
Maybe the shackles are off now for Sneed. He can see now that one more leg. Will Gilliland see the fact he's gone trebleless in his first three? Can he punish?
100.
Once
44.
again, he was trying to go by that first dart. It does cause him a few problems, that one under the treble 20.
$140.
Ton 40 start there for Gilliland. Sneed 140 behind. Remember, he's trying to serve out for the match here. If it does go the decider, Gilliland will have the throw. That's certainly advantage at the moment to this man.
140.
Yeah, and you keep scoring like that, you tend to find you have a slight advantage over your opponents. Come 140, 140.
140. Chris requires 121.
Sneed follows up with a 140 of his own, but it's 121, sorry, and he's gone for a 25. I missed it, and that does mess the shot up. Away you used to go a lot on 121, Glenn.
I watched Phil Nixon do it. So I did.
53. $100. Chris requires 68.
Well, this to take it the distance. It's only going to be the single dart with Sneed lurking. Hasn't been his favoured double.
48.
Chance for Sneed.
Cole requires 78.
Now, he has had that issue of going into 4 when he's going for the 18s, but that is absolutely plump. He then steps back a la Rob Cross. It was labelled top of the table.
66. Chris requires 20.
An opportunity missed to take the match.
Game shot on the 6th
Gilliland
leg.
makes no
Chris
mistake
Gilliland.
as we go down the last. Gilliland, that breaker throw now has the dart,
7th
so
leg.
becomes
Chris to
favourite
throw first.
for the match.
Game on.
Yeah, I started writing a different conclusion there because Carl Sneed would have went to 2 points within Gilliland. I mean, Gilliland's in fantastic position with legs difference. It would definitely been, but it would just made it very interesting
100.
as we go to the back end of this group here now. The conclusion to it. Remember, victory here from Gilliland takes out pretty much all the players, barring Toonders.
100.
It would still be an incredible turnaround if Gilliland wasn't to qualify. Such a massive leg of darts for this man in your picture.
$45.
Well, you'd like to have followed up that first time with a little more than that, but it hasn't happened. Need now, we've mentioned it.
85.
Should be throwing with freedom now and going, you know what, I haven't got the darts. I've done all I can do. I just need to put a couple of scores together here. But the only way you do that in this situation is just letting your guard down and let
100.
them flow.
Yeah, one of those classic flip-flop games, isn't it? Been a real seesaw group here, but
96.
Gilliland can see that prize at the end of it right now. 140 would be nice. A 180 would be better.
140.
Ton minimum requirement here for Sneed. 180. Oh my word, that would open up a whole can of worms. What a throw. And
Chris
what a
requires
dart from
116.
Carl Sneed.
Well, this game's been going on 20 minutes, but it's all about the next 30 seconds, and Gilliland has fluffed his lines here. He was
24.
moments away from virtual qualification.
Call
However,
requires
if this double
40.
goes, Sneed reduces the deficit to mere 2 points. And
Game,
Sneed is
shot,
very,
and the
very
match.
much in the
Cole
mix now. He goes a
Sneed.
clear second place, just 2 points behind Gilliland. How important will that miss be from Chris Gilliland? Was that a missed opportunity? The doubles, nothing really to separate them. Disappointing on the outer ring, but it's Sneed that takes the 2 points. As next up, it's Mikuru Suzuki against Christopher Toonders.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're in this battle of the top trumps. It was a case of got Sneed as Carl got the better of Chris Gilliland by 4 legs to 3 before the break. That cuts Gilliland's lead at the top in half to just 2 points and opens up the door now for Christopher Toonders, who finds himself in action against Mikuru Suzuki. If he can get a win on this one, well, the top 3 players in the group will be prized apart by just 2 points. Interesting game then up and running in this one. Let's watch it in the company of Scott Mitchell and Glenn Doan.
Yeah, sure is. Thanks, Henry.
First leg, Mikuru to throw first.
I think that
Game
goes
on.
to Toonders' advantage here. He beat Mikuru 4-3 on Monday and 4-2 yesterday. So you would say he would come in
41.
fairly confident on this one.
Well, you would, but if I went on consistency so far today, then I think I would just give the edge
91.
to Mikuru. Toonders never looked comfortable. He walked in very early, and I think he'd forgot a sponsor patch and had to go back to his hotel. Came up the first game, and I think he snapped some part of his equipment. But maybe it's roundabout
81.
now. He's just beginning to settle. Maybe there's that potential realisation that he ain't going to top Group A because Gilliland was running away with things. However, as Henry
100.
mentioned there, a victory here for Toonders. And there'll be just 2 points different between the top 3.
55.
Yeah, very interesting the way that it started to pan out, and it's starting to show already immediately the significance of Carl Sneed beating
95.
Gilliland there in the last one.
$83. $133.
Much better from Toonders. I'm just trying to see if there's anything different, Scott. He just seems to be walking around just at a much more methodical pace. It was all just a little bit frenzied early doors,
60.
wasn't it?
Christopher requires
I think it's just
82.
typically that he's a little more confident because he knows he beat Makuru the last 2 days.
Yeah, 50 scored. 50.
Yeah, confident way with the second dart. You quick look at the score of Suzuki, so it was a dangerous thing to do because if he did a bullseye there, it would have left only 7 points. So hence the reason so many people go the 17 tops route. But he's left his
60.
favourite double.
Christopher requires 32.
Miss for a breaker throw.
Oh, come back, young man. You can
Game's
go
on the
now. You
first
can go
leg.
now.
Christopher Toonders. Second leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, like what he did there. Just getting his breathing right, that adrenaline that's going through the body. The one way to manage that is just to suck in the air
100.
and release the air out. This is much better from Toonders. A very mature performance so far.
60.
So as Henry mentioned, 2 points, the in-play table. So this is based on the fact if Toonders wins this game, remember. That's how tight it is. But let me
97.
just take you to that plus-minus scenario there. It's like an extra point for Gilliland, really, isn't it? Because if players do finish on the same amount of points, that would be then going into consideration. But Gilliland's still a heavy
60.
favourite. But if he'd have won that previous game, it was all done by the shouting.
28.
He played a little like he knew it as well. That was the thing. He played a little like he knew it. His probably average dropped off was what he was. Obviously, he's done the 101 before, so it's always difficult to repeat that 2 games in a row. But
43.
the drop-off was by nearly 20 points on the average per dart. And
You think it's good, Scott, that he's up next?
I would want to be up next and just get the job done and
140.
sort it out, really. And just re-establish myself of where I want to be. Just send that little
40.
note out to the
Christopher
rest. That
requires
I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, that was a little
136.
blip, but here I am. I'm back. And I'm going to win the next one comfortably. That would be what I was thinking if I was sat in that back room now.
Went for the 2 treble
88.
16s on the 136, which we saw at the World Series of Darts recently.
68.
Very disappointing
Christopher
display here for
requires
Makuru.
48. 32.
So is this still disappointing you, Mr. Glenn?
180.
That's what
Christopher
they must say.
requires
Come on,
16.
Glenn. Say something bad. I'll hit the big score then. And that's how a
12.
game can flip-flop.
Makuru requires
Never in this
50.
match. Never in this match was Makuru. And now she's
Game's
level.
on the
Go
second
figure.
leg. Makuru Suzuki.
And that is a big kick in the guts, isn't it?
Third leg.
glad you
Makuru to
said
throw
guts.
first. Game on. 55.
Yeah, that would have knocked the stuffing out of him. His chin will be lower than ditch
60.
water in the middle of June.
60. 60. 125.
Yeah, better from Suzuki all of a sudden. Toonders will be thinking, how on earth am I not 2-0 up? Could be sailing away from victory, and here
51.
comes those darts that just seem to be flying all over. Incredibly, Suzuki has become favourite for the game now.
And those thoughts just keep getting compiled in your head. They
60.
don't go away, do they? When you've kind of made that mistake and you've let somebody back in, it just
60.
grates and grinds on your mind, makes it go all a bit fuzzy. Guru here, are we looking for a treble?
100.
She hits it last dart. She's starting to do the Makuru thing and go ton.
32. Makuru requires 101.
Treble 19.
Across the treble 10, I would have thought. And she hits it.
69.
Toonders now back on 238. Only moments ago was staring a 2-0 lead in the face.
95. Makuru
And that's what can
requires
happen in these
32.
best of 7 games. For these players, it's like a sprint game.
Game
And it
on
was
the
the
third
perfect day yesterday for Christopher
Makuru
Toonders. Today
Suzuki.
is turning out to be an absolute nightmare for him. Suzuki leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
She takes a sip of water there at the table.
140.
Toonders feels his boots at the board.
$60. 140.
The inconsistency with Toonders, it's so... I'm just trying to see the reasons why.
180.
Second of the match for Makuru. And the 7th of the week.
100.
Good leg of darts on both here. That was a good sign. Scott isn't after 9 darts, either 161, 121, 81.
81.
Yeah,
Christopher
indeed. And
requires 121.
Toonders treble 13. So he does go traditional route sometimes. He'll go back to the ball.
73.
Missed that.
63.
Left. I was thinking, what nice little 2-darter left. Can Makuru hit a 140? Put it under all sorts of pressure.
100.
The answer is almost.
Christopher requires 58.
Big number double. And he misses the big number. What a mess.
26. Makuru requires 80.
Oh dear. Oh
Game
dearie
on the
dear.
fourth leg. Makuru Suzuki.
That is also going to hurt. Missed the two big
Fifth leg,
numbers.
Makuru to throw first. Game on.
And then clinical finishing from Suzuki. She's on 3 out of 5 on the finishes. He should have expected it.
55.
Yeah, heavy favourite now is Makura, of course, with that scoreline. Just need them one more leg, but Toonder's the mindset. He must be thinking, how on earth have I put myself in this position? He was
60.
cruising. He could have joined. It could have been a... We put the in-play table up when he went 1-0 up, and he could have been right in the mix. This performance today.
55.
He'd be very, very frustrated.
$93.
Not forgetting she's doing a compatriot a bit of a favour here as well.
140.
Giving him a little glimpse of maybe jumping into that Group B.
100.
Yeah, she's thinking 6 darts away from here. Need at least a treble to get down to a finish.
45.
Doesn't get it. Chance for Toonders.
40. 60.
I think when we see the best of Toonders
58.
when he plays
Makuru
Gilbert, when
requires
it's at
146.
incredible pace to the game between the pair of them. The fact that Makura will dictate the pace in this match. That doesn't suit Christopher's game. However, it should make him more composed.
100.
That treble 20 there makes
Christopher requires
Makuru
150.
a massive favour. You don't fancy this 150 in the 3 bulls. Maybe another time, Christopher.
57. Makuru requires 46.
So for the match, beloved double 18.
10.
And after such a
Christopher
lovely
requires 93.
80 finish to go 3-1 up, to miss a double 18 by that far,
53.
she
Makuru
would
requires
be disappointed,
36.
but she's got to go back, and she's lucky to get back.
She's got away with one there. That could have easily been a big 9. It's double 2.
32. Christopher requires 40.
You can't believe his luck here. I would suggest you get in there and throw him, young man. And
Game's
there it
on
is.
the
You knew
fifth
it was
leg.
going.
Christopher Toonders.
Yeah, quite simply, I think he was on his way back to the players' area. I think he was dejected, deflated, really upset with
Sixth
himself.
leg.
He'd put
Christopher
himself
to
a
throw
fantastic
first.
foundation
Game
yesterday with a
on.
5 wins out of 5, and he's shaking his head, and you don't expect Makura when she gets down to that double 18 combination to Mason.
57.
He'd be more surprised than anybody that he's still throwing darts.
Yeah, it was like strapping your surfboard on your roof when the biggest rip curls just come in and you take the thing off the roof and go again.
60.
Yeah.
I should know what that means by living next to the sea, but I haven't got a clue what you've just said there. Rip curl.
Absolutely. It's what a way. Never mind.
140.
Shush. I know you're a heathen. You just think it's a T-shirt or something.
$100.
We're talking an awful lot about Toonders in this match and his mentality. And well, for Suzuki, remember, she should be
40.
up that stage now, and that's definitely quicker getting to the yoke. I think she's picking up a pace as well. We've seen players this week who have just tried to adapt to the situation and speed up and slow down, whatever. I just sense right now that
95.
Makuru's thinking she's getting embroiled in a game which Maybe she's just throwing too slow in this one.
58.
You can quite clearly see that Toonders is overthinking this.
60.
It's a horrible feeling, Scott, isn't it, when you're up there? You're trying
92.
absolutely everything. The missing by a target. That's purely because you're forgetting it. But, panic setting in. One of the attributes we mentioned is just patience, being able to just deal with the situation, a bit of composure. But it's easier said than done when you're in this type of game where,
requires 114.
let's be honest, he probably wants to be just back in the players' area now. But he's there, he's fighting. He's double 18 away.
Game shot on the
He goes
sixth
all the way.
leg.
That is the way that players seem to go on this
Christopher
1-1-4 these days. The Shanghai of the 19s. And it's another last leg decider.
leg,
The previous
Makuru to
game went the
throw
distance. The
first.
one before that.
Game on.
This group has been tight from the first dart that was thrown on Monday morning.
Yeah, and he knows he probably shouldn't have still been there.
100.
That's the thing. How is he going to react? In this leg.
125.
Throwing darts quicker than Ricky Evans.
Check Christopher's last score, 140. 135.
That's the last leg decider. 140 start for Toonders. A ton 135 from Suzuki. In a match where trebles have been to the minimum.
Now looks like a treble fest.
Yeah, real poor decision making there from
47.
Makuru, which is tough to tell a 2-time champion of the world. But on 266, the second dart should have been down to the 19s. Did we say treble fest too early, Scott?
I think we did. Well, actually, I'll hold my hand up. I did.
$59.
160 left for Suzuki.
65. Makuru requires 160.
Going to hit that treble last dart. Lovely
100.
adjustment. Yes, she does.
Christopher requires 167. 87. Makuru requires
Well, it's good
60.
setup play from both, but Suzuki, who'll be first to see out this game. She's been here before with match darts. It's going to be just the one, and this time it's double top.
40.
And it goes a
Christopher
begging.
requires 80.
And it would be an extraordinary win for Christopher Toonders. A couple of times he's virtually left the stage thinking he'd lost the game. And now he has his first and possibly only match dart.
40.
And it's not to be.
Makuru requires 20.
That's high, wide and handsome. Double five. She's been on the inside of that every time she's gone for
15.
it. And she's done it again. So, Toonders,
Christopher requires
fill your
40.
boots. He's baying to the crowd to bring up the noise.
Are you going to tell him, or am I, that there's no crowd? But in the most incredible win of the week, arguably, because Christopher Toonders was never, ever once in this match, never in front. But it's he that takes the spoils.
And the match.
It was a bizarre game, but Christopher Toonders gets his first win of the day, and it makes it very, very interesting at the top. It's 2 from 3. and there's only 2 points separating those top three. He walks off thinking, how on earth have I won that? Many missed starts for Mikuru Suzuki. She'll be frustrated. As at top of the table, Chris Gilliland is up next against Haruki Muramatsu.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Christopher Tunders get the better of Mikuru Suzuki by 4-3. Suzuki, who had been 3-1 up in the match, squandering the lead, and it means Christopher Tunders getting victory there. Elsewhere in this round of fixtures, we saw Carl Sneed get the better of Chris Gilliland by the same scoreline, and Haruki Muramatsu beating Gilbert van der Meyen by 4-3. Right, those are the results from today so far. This is how the table occupies itself. Chris Gilliland still has that lead at the top of the table, but it's only 2 points from Christopher Tunders and Carl Sneed, respectively. So still very interesting going into the final couple of rounds worth of fixtures here. And it does see Chris Gilliland kick off the action against Haruki Muramatsu, who's really dropped away from the top pack as far as Group A is concerned. It looks like, unless he can get a win here, Group C is going to be his most likely destination over the next couple of days or so. Right, let's see what happens in this one. Watching it down in the commentary box is Glenn Durrant, who's alongside Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. We are Gilliland here. I've been looking around of what's going on in the last few games and telling himself that he can get the job done. This is one of the potential banana skins, because Haruki here, he's hanging on for his Group B aspirations.
First leg, Haruki.
But he
to
knows
throw
he has to
first.
go now
Game on.
if he is going to take a place in Group B.
$140.
Yeah, Chris Gilliland had his first real disappointment about half an hour ago in that loss to
85.
Carl Sneed. But one good thing is the fact he's pretty much can right those wrongs very quickly in his game with Haruki, who is playing definitely quicker. Definitely.
140. 60. 140.
Well, it was this man that threw the very first dart on Monday morning, and it was a disappointing loss to the man he's playing in Haruki. It was a funny old game of which Haruki got over the line in the end without being anywhere near his best.
Haruki require 81.
It was pretty dominant in the final game of yesterday, so 1-1 on the head-to-head, but this is a beautiful start from Haruki.
Game
11
shot on the
darter.
first leg.
That's
Haruki
the way to start a match.
Muramatsu.
And all of a sudden, Scott, where we've given Chris Gilliland the trophy for the
Second leg.
winning group
Chris to
here.
throw first.
If
Game
he
on.
loses here, it brings in Sneed and Toonders.
It sure does, but I mean, we've just watched Toonders. Is Toonders going to threaten? Like you say, the one thing that
100.
Gilliland does have is that massive leg advantage. So if it does finish level on points with whoever he's with, he will, like you say, go through it. It's worth an extra point for sure.
100.
I mean, the positives for Chris Gilliland, I'm just number crunching a little bit, even if he gets a few legs here. I mean, he has to beat either Haruki or Makuru in his final game, and Makuru was
96.
disappointing that previous game there. So whatever happens, he's still a heavy, heavy favourite, but he's making hard work of it right now.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We're dart players. We don't make life easy
96.
for families watching at home, and it's just not the way we do it.
$67.
A bad deflection there for Gilliland after everything was going very right.
81. 96.
6 starts from 2-2-4 will be the thought process for Muramatsu. Again,
140.
and he gets everything right when he looks
Chris
settled.
required
Scott, he
142.
looks as good as anybody in this group here.
Yeah, and it's his fourth 140 in a leg and a half.
$48. Haruki requires 84.
A beautiful 11 dart at a start. The Cardinal sin of missing the big 14, being very aggressive going on the treble. 37 left if I've got my maths right, Haruki.
52.
Double 16.
Chris
Yeah,
requires
way through that
94.
dart. He seemed to agree with you, Glenn. He definitely had 37 left. 94 here, though. Nice and clean. Would turn this leg on its head.
74.
Things are just not going right for
Haruki
Gilliland. I
requires
can't tell him that
32.
he's in utter control of this group still. But he won't feel like that right now, especially if this double 16 goes in. It's going to be tricky now. Surprised he hasn't moved, but that
Game
camera
shot in the
angle
second leg.
explains why, doesn't it? He could
Haruki
see enough of the bed.
Muramatsu.
And a beautiful final dart from Haruki. He leads 2-0.
Third leg. Haruki to throw first.
Yeah, he
Game
does.
on.
I see Gilliland there ruin. Starts at a double.
Yeah, what he probably
60.
doesn't realise is just a couple of wins under his belt here. He can get that average right up, and quite simply, he would just have to beat Makuru in his final game, but he could go down to -9 if he loses this match 4-0.
140.
And a big win from Toonders or Sneed.
He's forgetting that he's won a couple of games today. He's only remembering his last loss, isn't he? And that can creep in this sort of format.
I mean, what you don't think when you're up there, if someone said to him on Monday morning, right, on your final game on Wednesday,
95.
if you beat Makuru, you will top Group A. You'll say, oh, yes, please, I'll take that. But you don't always think rationally when you're up there. A bit of panic setting in, Scott.
Yeah,
60.
it can do. I think you just got to break the game down again now and go leg by leg, throw by throw. Set yourself achievable targets during those legs.
59.
And all of a sudden that becomes, it's like a bet builder. It builds and builds and builds and you get yourself back into the game. But this man, when he's getting it right, does not seem to want to go away. And
81.
well, he's played the first two legs. He really wants to be in that Group B.
Yeah, it's been a lovely start to the match, but how many times have we said that this week?
133.
Beautiful
Haruki
setup play.
requires 160.
Change of target, change of luck there for Gilliland.
60. Chris requires 74.
Again, he should get a double if he hits the big numbers. He has.
Game
Not
shot
only
in the
does he get a
third
dart at a
leg.
double,
Chris
he hits the dart
Gilliland.
at a double.
Yeah, no reaction. More importantly, it was a breaker throw.
Fourth leg. Chris to throw first. Game on.
Now it's back on throw.
$59.
But he only starts with 59. And here comes Muramatsu.
100.
Punishes that 59. With another ton, he's 3 legs. He's hit 5 140s and a couple of tons. That
100.
doesn't leave a lot else for him to have had to hit. Only bits. So
It's been a day of 140s for Muramatsu. Put some staggering numbers in his opening game as well.
100.
Just a great sign of consistency. A lot of the professional players will play a game where you get scores for the score of 100, 140 and 180. It was always a go-to game for myself when I was practicing on my scoring power. And Muramatsu has been very, very consistent today. That was guaranteed big one coming there, I thought.
60.
Something you said earlier, Scott. I didn't hate them darts. You know, that dart there, now feed off that dart. It's different for Gilliland because his favourite dart is just underneath, remember.
58.
yeah, all because of the angle of that flight. And you hit 58. And then you just look back at the board and here comes Haruki back in the treble 20 again. And it just feels like every mistake is being punished here at the moment for Gilliland.
Well, we talked about Alan Glazier earlier as the ton machine. Well, I think Muramatsu, we could call him the ton 40 machine today.
100.
Beautiful last half from
Haruki
Gilliland.
requires 101.
Important moments in this match and important moments in this Group A. It's double 12. This is a big dart.
Game
It sure
shot in the
is.
fifth leg. Haruki
Smack bang.
Muramatsu.
In between the wires. He breaks back immediately. Just have a
Fifth
look.
leg. Haruki to
At the
throw
averages
first.
here.
Game on.
And he's doing a lot wrong here, but one is doing a lot right.
$59. $60.
He ain't changing my mind, Scott. This has been a group where I think 5 of the 6 players will realistically think I could have won this Group A.
85.
He's had it by the scruff of the neck a couple of times as Chris Gilliland. He just can't seem to just confirm his place in Saturday night. A lot of that's down to the way Haruki's playing in this match here.
180.
That's the kind of dart he's going to need to produce. Every leg's important now because he's got the leg difference in the bank as well.
$100. $41.
Matsu will try and jump all over that here. This game he's been successful at that.
55.
Not to be this time. A little Wayne Mardle, little drift there towards the fives.
Scott Mitchell said that way, not me.
Oh, I'm allowed to.
2 180s in this leg, Scott.
180. $60.
It's been a fabulous
Chris
response
requires
from Gilliland.
40.
We'd almost written him off in this match. A couple of maximums. He may need to move over because of that flat dart. Double 10.
20. Haruki requires 142.
Where Matsu comes back for 142. Jaw dropping stuff. He wouldn't, would he?
Just looked so inviting, that treble 20 again, didn't it?
84.
It was saying, hit me again,
Chris
hit me
requires
again.
20.
Hit me one more time. Fighting with himself as Gilliland.
Game show on the fifth leg.
That was a
Chris
scrumptious dart for
Gilliland.
many reasons. Like I said, every single leg of dart he wins. He looks like a dejected, beaten man.
Sixth leg.
I just want to
it's
jump on
Chris
the
to throw
stage and tell him
first.
his 2
Game
legs
on.
away. We've seen some incredible comebacks this week. He can flick that switch on at any time. His power scoring.
100.
He's the #1 player in this group. He can sense that victory. He wants to be there Saturday night. But he doesn't demonstrate to me that that's how he's feeling right now, Scott.
140.
No, it doesn't. The body language is not saying that, and it's a difficult one. Is he over concentrating? He really is going up
100.
and down with the game where you should be trying to avoid what's going on in the game and concentrate on you and what you're doing, and you know that there's no real outside
60.
influence here, only what you're thinking in your head. And you see Christopher Toonders earlier trying to get the crowd on his side. And it is that empty that
100.
it's like my fridge.
$97.
This leg's in the balance, but the fact that Gilliland is thrown first, he will be first to a finish.
55.
But is that enough? A 140, which has been the go-to for Muramatsu.
$100. Chris requires 146.
Stranger things have happened. This has been a topsy-turvy game, not to be this time. 70 left. On over to the treble 10 to try and get back to that double
Haruki
top.
requires 104.
To keep this Group A campaign on tender hooks. It's double 16.
88.
Close
Chris
but no
requires
cigar,
60.
I think they say. What a great attempt from Muramatsu, but it's 60 now for Gilliland. Just pop one over the top of that. And there we
Game show on
go.
the sixth leg.
We're back to
Chris
3-3.
Gilliland.
For the fourth game in a row, Scott. We are going the distance. This group,
7th leg, Haruki to throw
nothing
first.
between them.
Game on.
I think this is game 6 of 10 that are going to go 4-3. And one of those riveting mornings for the scorers.
139.
Well, we've been talking about the specials weeks here at the MODUS Super Series. I think if we have this group here again, these 6 players, let's just have a one-leg shootout competition. Because there's absolutely nothing to separate them.
95.
Again, it's been a very enjoyable game. Both players averaging over 90. This is the best of Muramatsu we've seen. Scoring power. Just only missing the 180 Muramatsu. And Gilliland, you just send 3
99.
180s. He just has them real moments of brilliance. He's going to read it right now because he's 140 behind here.
$100.
They see him navigate around the board here on 263.
60.
Gilliland to start downstairs here. He'll stay there. And now he'll go back up for a treble 20 to leave 170.
96.
I don't know about you, Scott, but when I see 203, I used to think, give me a 171. Maybe that's what Muramatsu's thinking.
$101.
Worrying signs there from Gilliland. He looked exhausted in the back there, just stretching his muscles, but it seems to have worked. Has he done an MVG?
134. Haruki requires 102.
Down to the wire. It's bullseye for the match.
77.
Almost.
Chris requires 76.
Almost, but it's 76 now for Gilliland. He should get a dart at something. He's going to get 2 darts at something. He now is taking the step back.
He's on the cusp of qualification. He was 3-1 down. He was virtually writing himself off. Double 4.
72.
Fluffed his lines
Haruki
again.
requires 25.
Muramatsu's gone. On for double 12, and he hits the
Game,
double
shot,
6 and closes
and a
the
man.
game out.
Haruki Muramatsu.
That would have been a best of 11. I think it would have gone 6-5. It was just one of those games. Muramatsu keeps himself in with a shout. And look at those averages. You know, they're 90 and 91. Nothing really to worry about there. But it's Muramatsu wins it 4-3. We head into a short break. And we will return with Chris Tunders versus Gilbert van der Meijden.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Christopher Tunders is in full conversation ahead of his game against Gilbert van der Meyen. Before the break, Haruki Muramatsu put the brakes on the Chris Gilliland charge, winning in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. It means the top four are prized apart by just a couple of points, although Haruki Muramatsu's legs difference puts him out of the equation. Right, let's see what happens then in this particular matchup then in the company of our commentary team. It's Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Did feel a little bit of staccato in the past couple of games there. The pace just really slowed down.
First
One thing
leg,
I can promise between these two good friends,
Game on.
I think it'll be played at a pretty lightning pace. I think they enjoy playing against each other for that reason. Like I said, Tunders sat in a very respectable second position. He's watching Gilliland just falter at the moment. One big victory against Gilbert van der Meyen, who
39.
I think he'll be slightly disappointed. Well, he'll be disappointed with his Group A campaign, but I'm a big believer he's learned an awful lot about himself, the stage, everything about the MODUS Super Series. I think he'll come back in Group C and play much, much better.
81.
Yeah, I agree, Glenn. It's we knew that was going to be the way, all about getting a bit of stage experience. Well, for both guys, it's not just for Gilbert, and I think he's held on to that one a little bit too long. And I'm a little bit worried for him here, because this is a couple of games in a row now that he's looked to be losing control of the point for me, and obviously then the darts will go wayward.
36.
Yeah, I may start my introduction to this game where they both like playing each other. I expect to be playing at a rapid pace, good quality.
$60.
And from nowhere,
180.
a 180 machine. That is Gilbert van der Meyen. Doesn't want to move from the treble because
60.
of the score that he's on.
Gilbert requires 148.
That maximum score set up this 148. This would be a special 6 darts. That's the way to do it.
Gilbert van der Meyen. Second leg, Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Where on earth did that come from, Scotty Mitchell?
Outer space.
60.
I have no idea. It came from the gods, the darting gods.
97.
He's got that smile on his face there.
121.
He's still asking the question for himself, probably.
58.
Well, my assessment of the week is don't write this man off. He'll be disappointed where he sat. In fact, he sat right at the bottom of the table.
74.
I don't think he expected that, but there's just something about his game where I think he can come to life at any time. And you do get that
92.
lift when you walk in the next day and everybody's on zero again. It's not nice when you're sat at the bottom of the table and you've got to go back to that player's area. But he gets another chance.
125. 94. Gilbert requires 121.
So the Glenn Durrant 25 route, he goes first here. Treble 20.
65. Christopher requires 160.
Sensible. Leaves a 2-darter. Tunders wouldn't have been no surprise if he'd pinged that one
60. Gilbert requires
lightning
56.
pace, 2-darter.
Game shot in the second leg.
Yeah, and when he keeps the pace
Gilbert
up,
van der
Gilbert, he's a little
Meyen.
bit more accurate with it as well, isn't he?
And my theory there, Scott, is that when he's playing in his Dutch local
Third
league
leg,
and
Christopher
Super
to
Leagues,
throw first.
let's be honest with you,
Game
most
on.
Dutch players we've played are lightning quick like him. this will be a different challenge for him when he's playing the Makurus, the Harukis, the more
81.
methodical players. They are different challenges. And I just think when he gets a player like Toonders where it's rapid, probably when he's at his happiest.
41. $60.
Van back in there again.
125.
And then I think that last one was a little too rapid.
Yeah, we've had the blind 180. We've had the bull 7 bull attempt. And I think that was an
56.
attempt for the quickest ever 180 at the MODUS Super Series.
96. 100.
Have you been to a Premier League then, Scott, with it starting tomorrow?
Yeah, I've been to a few when they're back in Bournemouth. I went to them, and I actually went to one of the early
140.
ones. I took my kids and everything down to Taunton back in the day. I think in the first year of the Premier League, I think Roland Shelton was in and Bridge
81.
was in, and
Gilbert
I've always enjoyed the Premier League.
99.
Can he put a flake in it?
79. Christopher requires 123. 87. Gilbert requires 20.
Got a 3-0 lead.
No score.
all here
Christopher
with bated
requires
breath.
36.
It didn't go. Sanders now 36 coming in.
I think it's the perfect marker. However, he had to move across the hockey, so he's decided to go 4 double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
Honestly, he was going with a
Christopher
double 18. He won't
Toonders.
tell you that.
Fourth leg. Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
He stopped looking at the camera now, hasn't he, Scott?
Yeah, he sure has.
60. $58.
Well, his final game, Toonders against Mikuru Suzuki, was, I think I called it the most bizarre game at the Super Series this week.
60.
I think he attempted to walk off the stage 3 or 4 times in defeat because Mikuru had chance after chance.
85.
And when Gilbert van der Meijden missed those 3 darter double 10, I thought, if Toonders can get through this game, then he needs to go and put the lottery on this week. 5 out of 5 yesterday, averaging 80.50. And, you know, for the non-darting fans, you know, the 80 average, you wouldn't expect to win 5 games out of 5 there.
100.
Maybe, just maybe, his name is written on this.
135.
As Van der Meijden starts peppering the treble 20 once more.
45. Gilbert requires 112. 58. 123.
there from
Gilbert
Toonders.
requires 54.
Makes this 54 a bit more tricky. That's ideal. And that was
Game
all on the
shot on the
basis of that
fourth
first
leg.
art there. It was so
Gilbert
close for
van
the
der
double.
Meijden.
It was such an easy guide. And again, you can tell that these two have become friends backstage.
Fifth leg.
I think the
Christopher
way
to
they're
throw
throwing,
first.
they'll probably be practice
on.
partners backstage as well. And it's Gilbert van der Meijden, who's leading 3-1, just shy of the 90 average.
58.
Yeah, tidy 54 finish. Sometimes you can be too close with that first dart, and it was right on the inside wire.
92.
And he just finished it lovely.
57.
Yeah, interesting. Toonders has gone from 2nd place to 4th place because of this heavy defeat here. If he was to lose 4-1.
83.
That's the stage we're getting at. The second, third, and fourth. There's absolutely zero to separate them. Remember, that's based on
43.
a Van der Meijden victory, and how tight that is. Based on the fact that Toonders is on 16 points with a leg difference of 0.
140.
Yeah, worrying times for Toonders.
84.
He looked a dead cert for Group B just 2 games ago.
117.
3 bulls to leave double 18 as Glenn checks his fingers and toes again.
64.
Can't keep up with the scoring power of
requires
Gilbert.
69.
He's going to get a double 18 in the end.
51.
I tell you what, this Gilbert, he's keeping our spotter right on it today, isn't he?
$60.
Well, I had a quiet
Gilbert
word
requires
with Scott and said this
18.
game will be under 10 minutes. Well, it's just gone
Game,
over, but Gilbert
shot,
Van der Meijden,
And a match.
4-1 victory,
Gilbert Van
played
der
at a rapid
Meijden.
pace. Look at the respect between them. Toonders magnanimous in defeat as always. A really enjoyable game, and just a demonstration, a reminder to Gilbert that there's plenty more to come, but how good was that 148? But next up, it's Carl Sneed against Mikuru Suzuki.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Christopher Toonders on the receiving end of a 4-1 defeat to Gilbert Van der Meijden, which means that his chances of going on and winning Group A have been scuppered. Right, Carl Sneed in action now, up against Mikuru Suzuki. Victory here for Carl is of the utmost importance to move on to 18 points, but with there being a 10-leg gap between himself and Chris Gilliland, a big win may also be needed. Watching this one down in the commentary box, it's Glenn Durham alongside Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, H. Yep, you're
First
absolutely
leg,
right.
Cole to throw
A
first.
big win is needed here.
Game on.
Just got 2 games to go as Carl Sneed, but with Mikuru not really finishing how she wanted to finish the last one.
43.
Does that make her a little bit of a danger in this one, Glenn? Because we don't see what she did in that last game very often.
Well, you labelled her yesterday a spoiler, and this is the biggest spoiler alert ever. I mean, she plays
30.
Carl Sneed here. If she wins, that's pretty much over and done with. And her next game, incredibly, is against Chris Gilliland, where if she was to beat Chris and Carl gets
96.
through this one, wins the final game. So a lot of it is down to this player in front of you right now. She was very, very good at times yesterday. Made a decision to change starts throughout today. She's had her ups and downs.
60.
You'd have to really fancy Carl to get through this game. But what would happen when she plays Gilliland? Because his mind must be all over the place. He should have had this
100.
Group A campaign secured hours ago.
Yeah, the back result of these two, it's 2-0 in favour of Carl Sneed, and if
45.
you're coming into a game needing points, this would be the one that you'd ask for if you've been consistently beating her.
He does beat her. Shake her hands and say, go and do a number on Chris
121.
Gilliland, please, and give me an opportunity to top this group. Because it would be a story in itself, because the 6 players we've had in this group here, Carl Sneed's had the least headlines. He's had the least spoken about. He's
60.
that type of character.
Carl requires
I think
141.
he's just very happy being on the periphery.
Yeah, he is, from what bit I know about him. Oh, here we go. 24.
127.
Oh, he went next door. Great effort, though, from him.
Yeah, he's got a decision to make now, because the way the setup play there from
95.
Suzuki, she can't get down to a
Carl
finish.
requires 14.
And that's what he's thinking now. Shall I go 6-4-4? Oh, the worry is leaving Madhouse as well,
10.
and I think there was a part of that there. You mustn't panic. Got to be aggressive on the 2-2. You mustn't think what the negative side of things.
See, me personally, I'd have gone aggressive on the 7-7, then the 3, and then across to the 2-2. You're all sort
40.
of level across the flat of the board. That would have been my game management in that
Carl
one.
requires
Yeah, it might have not been
4.
everybody's, but for me, it just meant the least amount of movement.
Yeah, because it's so close to 16. I think many
Game
would
shown
agree
the
with it, but he
first
got there in
leg.
the end.
Carl Sneed.
Sneed leads 1-0.
And that makes his decision absolutely spot on, because he's won the
Second
leg at the end of the day.
Mikuru to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, sometimes it'd be very easy sat here chatting away, and hindsight's a wonderful thing as well. You make split-second decisions up there, and even sometimes you think, what on earth did I do that for? That wasn't the plan.
41.
I like the word hindsight. Where I'm from, if you see hindsight, that's a deer in a field.
Not
60.
many deers in Middlesbrough. There's a few deer me's, but, you know.
Mudjack?
140.
Saw a little one of those on the way in this morning. Driving around the country lanes, a little mudjack deer.
60.
I think my next 10, I'd like to be on Country File or something. I'd love that.
100.
Yeah, I could see it on that.
$80.
Isn't there some bloke off Emmerdale making a... Hasn't he got a farm these days, and that's shown on there? Oh, my wife keeps saying, God, that's expensive. That's dear.
50.
She's right. Absolutely right.
That's deer, and he's milking it. I said, well, it is a farm.
Absolutely.
95.
Absolutely spot
Mikuru
on, yeah.
requires 170.
Definitely a way of life rather than a huge profit. Yes, there are big farms out there that are making profits, but for most of us little smallholders,
100.
it's just about breaking even and having the way of life and enjoying where you live.
140.
Yeah, lovely set of play. This 70 looked
Makuru
inviting, didn't it, for
requires
Suzuki? Now you sense the way Carl Sneed's been playing lately that this would have to go. Just double checking a reminder that it's 52. And with one dart in hand, she's been okay. With three, it's been a bit of Achilles
38.
heel again.
Cole
A chance for
requires
Sneed.
66.
He needs to jump on this.
$48.
A wire away or a
Makuru requires
blade away
32.
from doing exactly that. Makuru surely
Game John,
surely
the second
does,
leg.
and that's exactly what she's
Makuru
done.
Suzuki.
This is the final game of the
Third leg,
penultimate
Cole to
matches
throw
for these
first.
players.
Game on.
The Group A campaign. If Carl Sneed wins this match, will go down to the final games.
43.
Christopher Toonders against Haruki Muramatsu was a clear match between Group C campaign or Group B campaign. So plenty to play for in that one. Then we'd have the big game of Suzuki versus
24.
Gilliland. Has been made to wait. He'll be thinking about it in there.
$96. $81.
What a good first start there. Sneed, but
81.
covers it nicely with a treble 20.
Yeah, going with throw so far. 100 ahead of you for Sneed.
60. $60.
Come on, he says. He knows there were well thrown darts there. Sometimes you don't get that reward.
Sometimes it can be difficult when you're playing an opponent that's not
100.
really pushing you. Sometimes it's nice to... That might wake it all up a bit. A nice ton there from Suzuki, but Julie has.
140.
He'll feel he's the better player at the moment. As we've seen with some of those results, sometimes the better player does come off second best.
The numbers are
60.
saying that you're right, Glenn. He is the better
Cole
player at the moment,
requires
but he's still sat there
81.
at 1-1 is the reality of the situation.
$49. $46.
She's frustrated, isn't she?
Cole
Doesn't often give
requires
too much away,
32.
but you can just see the little bit of head shakes there. Hasn't gone as planned today, but for Sneed, he's in the mix. It's difficult, moves right across the hockey.
16. Makuru requires 130. $50.
So she used the 25 to make sure she left
Cole
the 130, and that
16.
sometimes you can then hit that big 5 knowing you've done the right
Game
thing.
John, the
But
third
that's all
leg.
done.
Cole Sneed.
Carl Sneed. It's the double 8. He sneeded. And
Fourth leg,
Suzuki
Makuru to throw first. Game on.
One line Mitchell in here, isn't it?
$60.
It's also not a good sign that Makura's playing like this, because knowing for Carl that he really needs her to find our A game in a match against Chris Gilliland if he was to get over the line in this game.
140.
It'll be a little bit bittersweet for him at the moment.
yeah, I totally agree with that.
100.
I think Carl won't be thinking that far ahead. You know, he's got Gilbert,
57.
Van der Meijden last game on today, so he's still got work to do, even if he does get this one. And the way that Gilbert's been up and down, and you don't really know what one's turning up, that makes that
95.
Actually, that's a good shout, Scott. You're pretty much giving Carl Sneed the final game, and then you realise, oh, Gilbert, who's, I think, was superb in that previous game.
100.
been up and down like a fiddler's elbow today. But in the last one, he was particularly good.
Sense with that first start there from Suzuki.
140. 44. Mikuru requires 106.
Level 18 will be the shot. And hit for double 16. With one down the hand, Scott.
Flag. Mikuru
She has
Suzuki.
much the better chance. It's Achilles here. A problem has been when she's had 3 darts at a double. That's a beautiful
Fifth leg.
106
Cole
finish.
To throw first.
And it's now
Game
a best
on.
of 3.
Sure is.
123.
Yeah, 149 yesterday, so we shouldn't be not expecting her to hit those big 3 dart outs. And is this the one that lit the blue
140.
touch paper for her?
Yeah, just a reminder, if Sneed doesn't win this game, Gilliland will win Group A.
100.
We're just getting to those permutations now. Said Suzuki was the spoiler. She's beginning to play like she fancies this challenge all of a sudden. It's sort of come
140.
from nowhere, really. She's turning the screw.
60.
A 106 finish to win the previous leg. Ton 40, and a ton.
100.
Suzuki's found something. Suzuki is motoring.
She's gone from an AP 50 here to a Suzuki Bandit 600.
43. Mikuru requires 121.
He's playing like a super dream at the moment. On the 25 route, could be a happy accident, but the fact that Carl Sneed's on a 175.
I don't like to pick you up on your biking and stuff, but a super dream was a
41.
Honda.
I reckon 90% wouldn't have realised, but never mind.
Yeah, you were sat next to the wrong one for that, pal.
100. Mikuru requires 80.
Well, she checked out in this 80 earlier with a nice treble 20 double 10. Going to require a double top this time. Break a throw. And a real momentum switch.
60. Cole requires 75.
This isn't a given. That'd be treble 17, I'm sure. 18's a double top. And he's
55.
just underneath
Mikuru
as well.
requires
So Mikuru
20.
will come back. A double 10.
Yes, I thought it was in as well, Mikuru.
Game shot on the 5th
The
leg.
adjustment to the double
Mikuru
4 was
Suzuki.
absolutely perfect. We talked an awful lot about Sneed winning this game, needing a favour from
6th leg
Suzuki.
is Mikuru to throw
Well,
first.
right now, the bigger
Game
winner
on.
is Chris Gilliland, and just to make it clear, if Mikuru Suzuki wins this match, Chris Gilliland is our first player in Saturday night's final.
100.
Meaning he could even go through losing his final 3 games. I don't think that's the way he wanted to
43.
qualify Gilliland, but that's a possibility right now. Where has this come from, Makuru?
180.
I think they call it a game of two halves in football, don't they?
123.
Yeah, one thing about Sneed, he won't go down without a fight. That's one of the qualities we've talked about the past couple of days. This is really good for Suzuki.
60.
Average is round about 80. There's been a big increase the past two legs.
100. Makuru requires 161.
It'll be a special way to win it.
$123.
It's like a switch has been flicked in Makuru's head, and she decided she was fed up playing hopeless.
90.
And away it's gone.
Makuru requires 38.
Will she go straight for it, or will she split? She goes straight for it.
That was a bit wayward, but
22. Carl requires 145.
It'd be the biggest steal of the century. It's not to beat for Sneed. Suzuki will be back.
60. Makuru requires 16.
For the match.
No score.
wrong bed. So
Carl requires 85.
a reprieve for Sned. I was trying to run that with bed there.
Game showing this.
In it goes. And we have yet another
Sneed.
3-3. Our production team out back really earning their money today.
Seventh leg. Carl to throw first. Game on.
Been an incredible group here for many, many reasons. And I brought my conclusion to the group so many times. However, the missed dart at a double there from Makuru. And that double 7 from
96.
Sneed. All of a sudden, once again, he becomes favourite for the match.
$100.
The new Macca's up the road is 24-hour for lunch, isn't it?
$83. $43.
Well, she looked like she couldn't miss less than 3 minutes ago. Now all of a sudden, the frustration of the missed doubles. With Sneed not really
82.
kicking on. He's got a ton lead.
$60.
Yeah, funny how a game can turn round in a blink of an eye.
100.
He looks... He feels like he's got away with one here. He's more fluent, flowing nicely. It's Makuru now just
81.
starting to come back.
Carl requires 140.
Wow, the layup looks to be perfect. Obviously, he doesn't want to bust, so he'll be looking at double top.
100.
And it's the perfect setup for Sneed. The pressure is on to Chris Gilliland again.
$41. Carl requires 40.
Well, Carl Sneed needed to win this game just to keep Group A going, put the pressure on Chris Gilliland. And he gets
Game,
there in the end
shot,
as Carl Sneed.
and a
Another
match.
up
Carl
and down game. It's
Sneed.
been a real seesaw group as this one. But Carl Sneed has done what he needed to do. He needed the 2 points. 80.71 on the averages there. But he gets there and it's over to Chris Gilliland, who'll be thinking, but it's the battle of Group B versus Group C in a sense. It's Christopher Tundas up next against Haruki Muramatsu.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Carl Sneed may have used up his get-out-of-jail-free card there, getting the better of Makura Suzuki by 4 legs to 3. That's now the second time in successive matches that Makura Suzuki has had a 3-1 lead slip. Right, those are the results then from the last round of fixtures. Haruki Muramatsu beating Chris Gilliland 4-3. Gilbert van der Meyen beating Christopher Tundas by 4 legs to 1. And that last leg win there for Carl Sneed. Right, let's see what that does then. In terms of the league standings, Chris Gilliland and Carl Sneed both on 8 points respectively. Gilliland, though, plus 12 in terms of the legs difference. Carl Sneed plus 3 in terms of the legs difference. Right, let's get into our final round of fixtures then, shall we? And we're going to be watching Christopher Tundas in action first off. He takes on Haruki Muramatsu. Watching this one down in the commentary box, Scott and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Yeah, this is one big game for both these players. Group B fate is in their own hands. Looks to be a straight shootout to me. The winner of this will find themselves in Group B.
First leg, Christopher to throw first. Game on.
Well, I've just had my most exciting moment of the day. I've just walked in on the toilet to our director there.
100.
No wonder his favourite player is Jim Long.
$140.
Yeah, we opened up the day with Two bottom players playing each other, the two top players. And the conclusion to this one for these two,
26.
it's third versus fourth, and the winner will go into Group B, and the loser of this game will remain in Group C.
60. 96.
Like I said, I'll pose that question again to you for people who've not been with us. Haruki Muramatsu, one thing we can say is Mikuru Suzuki will be in Group
60.
C. Obviously, clearly both players are from Japan. They're going to be practicing with each other, chatting with each other. I'm thinking Haruki Muramatsu would rather play in Group C because of the fact that Mikuru
40.
is in that group. Or does he go to Group B where he's not going to be able to engage a great deal? His English isn't fantastic. But can he really then just focus on himself, maybe put some music in his ears and get on with the job there? But
45.
that's what the situation there is for Haruki, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he'll just get on with the game and
39.
go where he's told. I think it's, for me, Group B is the better option. It's the later night games, but maybe that will suit him.
100.
Yeah, and a reminder why Scott feels it, 3 from 5 go through in the Group B. And if you really do believe in your ability, then you would expect to qualify from a Group B. It's got Joe Mernon
60.
headlining that.
Haruki requires 96.
Just had a message from James Hurrell, former England captain,
Game shot in the first leg. Haruki
saying how much he's
Muramatsu.
enjoying our camaraderie here in the commentary box, Glenn.
Well, I'll tell you
Second
what,
leg,
James,
Haruki
or
to throw
Jammer as we
first.
often call you,
Game on.
watch the next game because I keep thinking you're on the stage, and I don't mean Mikuru.
I do.
94.
Many congratulations. Well, just chatting with Scott earlier in the week about some players who got the card, and absolutely delighted for you, Jammer, that you're playing up there with the best 127 players in the
100.
world. Well, get up there, do your thing.
Don't tell him we said that. He'll think we like him now.
How can you not like Jammer?
Absolutely.
85.
A good buddy to both of us.
Yeah, I was thinking, as soon as he got his card, I was thinking of Jim Williams as well, because I think you need that camaraderie on that incredibly difficult circuit that you're on. We were chatting your relationship with Scott
47.
Waite and how it helped your game and that table that you were sat on.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I hit 7 once, and Scott Waite screenshotted it from Darts Connect and sent it to me, and it was on my phone before I sat back down after being
140.
defeated. Yeah, he's good help. Big help he was, my mate, Scott, mate. Big help.
Well, a lovely start here from Haruki. No thoughts whatsoever. He just wants to win this game. I've been really impressed with
100.
Haruki this week at times. And like I said, a lot of these players in the group. I mean, his opponent here, Christopher Tundas, 5 wins out of 5 yesterday. He was topping the table in the in-play table for a lot this week. He's just hit the skids today for whatever
135.
reason. Whereas Muramatsu, I thought on Monday was just solid without being spectacular.
22.
And he's closing in
Haruki
on a
requires
rapid
47.
2-0 lead here. Very experienced player. Remember the PDC Asian champion in 2023.
15.
Build him up, Scott. That's what he does to me.
I was going to say, you built him up, you got the ladder, you put him up there, and then all of a sudden, it was a wooden ladder and it had rotten rungs.
80. Haruki requires 32. Game shot in the second
That's a
leg.
bit more like it,
Haruki Muramatsu.
Mr. Muramatsu.
Yeah, one thing I'd maybe try and catch on with the cameras there is just the way
Third
it's really
leg,
important the
Christopher to throw
non-throwing
first.
dart of
Game
Haruki
on.
when he's throwing his dart. And just to watch the way he feathers the darts he's not throwing, so there's not a lot of tension in his arm.
83.
If you just watch the actual non-throwing dart there, can you just see how they just sat very, very softly in there, because he's trying to create the fact that there's no tension in his body. We've talked about this follow-through, very reminiscent of Danny Noppert.
100.
Sometimes when you're gripping and look at the way Christopher's doing it there, he's flicking away with them non-throwing darts. That'll be something that Haruki's
70.
worked on. Feathering those darts.
I remember John Boy Walton telling me my Passover was too far apart and that I would never become a decent player because I
41.
can't pass the dart from one hand to the other. I said, it's not about how you pass the dart from one hand to the other, it's how you throw the damn thing.
Yeah, I remember a player who, for me, was the best
28.
youth player in Cleveland as I was sort of going through the ranks in the youth, and he couldn't collect his second and third dart. So it wasn't dart tight as a throwing a dart. He just couldn't collect his dart out of his hands, that transition now to get the dart.
I'd never even thought about it up until that point. And I think I've thought about it since, to be honest. It's a part of the game you don't think about unless you're a darts coach, I suppose.
140.
Yeah,
60.
nothing wrong with them, Haruki. That dart there. I understand where you're coming from, Christopher. Must be so frustrating for yourself. You talked about this rhythm in your throat. And I thought I was proven wrong by you yesterday, because it was 5 out of 5. And like he said to us, remember, when he is flinging them, when he's moving on the hockey, when he's doing these impressions, that's when he believes it's his best. Rather than when I said I would rather work with him and get the fundamentals just more correct, the reducing
60.
that movement.
Christopher
Maybe
requires
I've been proven a little bit more
140.
correct today, because he's been absolutely all over the place today.
I'd like to sort of bring up the situation in this position. This is a position battling for a group maybe or whatever that Christopher's probably never been in before at this magnitude.
80.
And
Haruki
I just think that the
118.
situation it's got him for most of the day. I think he'd got to a position with the 5 out of 5 where he actually believed that he could go on and win the group, and that's kind of festered out at the start of the day and caused the momentum. And now he's battling to stay into Group B, and the sort of rot has already set in, if that makes any sense.
Makes total sense as he looks at tops.
20.
A flyer, no good. We haven't seen a real
Haruki
dominant
requires
performance from
20.
too many players today, but this is a chance for Haruki to lead 3-0. And 3-0
Games
it
on the
is.
third leg.
And just a
Haruki
reminder to people, the
Muramatsu.
winner of this game will go into Group B, where you play tomorrow night. That ratio of 3 from 5. And
Fourth
the loser
leg, Haruki to
will
throw
be back
first.
tomorrow afternoon at
Game
1 p.m.
on.
in Group C, where the ratio is 2 from 6. So you can understand the importance of this game.
85. $140. 100. 41.
Yeah, that beautiful 140 start to 41. Yeah, he's such a likable person, and it's difficult to see him struggle today, that's for sure. But I'm a firm
100.
believer that he'll be learning more right now about himself than when you're winning 5 out of 5. You'll think everything's absolutely perfect. If I'm winning games, I don't need to improve on anything. And you can just see the frustration.
100.
It really is feast or famine, isn't it? He gets the first dart right, and he will follow that in, and if it doesn't go right, it's like it doesn't go right between the ears either, and all of a sudden they're all over the place.
I mean,
60.
you've got the ultimate consistency from Muramatsu against the utter brilliance from Toonders, or the utter, what's the best word I can say? And you can see in them two darts, you can see what he's all about. The big one, the big 20.
The first one was Manure, wasn't it?
56.
That 156 is going to go this week, Scott. Definitely. Too many people leave it.
It's been that way, hasn't it?
60. Christopher requires 99.
It's been a real baptism for our referee, that's for sure. Absolutely loads of 4-3s. He's getting all the experience he wants on debut. Not going to get a top stuff from
19.
Toonders.
Haruki requires 96.
I can't think of a whitewash win. Treble 19, if that's going to happen.
$56. Christopher requires 80.
Yeah, game 5 on Monday was our only whitewash win. Are we about to see a second, or is Toonders going to smash this tops in? Good lad, breathe it in.
60.
Not to be, goes low again. Chance for Muramatsu for that
Haruki requires
lesser spotted
40.
whitewash win.
$30.
And it's not happening. It's just not
Christopher
happening
requires
there.
20.
Muramatsu.
No score.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night for Christopher. I think he'll
Haruki
be
requires 10.
thinking about the situation.
No score.
Or will he?
Well, we didn't see that
Christopher
coming from
requires
Haruki. He's
20.
usually calm, cool, collected. Is that the situation again? Does he? He's obviously fully aware of it.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, he's still in it.
Christopher
He had that
Toonders.
bizarre win earlier, didn't he? When he was absolutely second best.
Fifth leg. Christopher to throw
Against
first.
Makuru Suzuki.
Game on.
He was shaking his head. He was walking off the stage. But Makuru just couldn't hit that winning double. It's tough to watch him like this. It's very difficult place to
45.
be in that stage when you're not at your best. You forget everything about how to throw a dart. And somehow, if you can just stand behind him, just play with his darts and see if he can just get that concentration back. I'm feeling for him right now.
136.
Yeah, he's got to find that rhythm again. He says that the rhythm works for him, so he's got to go and find it. And that's
100.
exactly what he's just done. Although he's not happy with one of the darts he threw, that is a much better visit than what he's been doing.
60.
Total opposite with Muramatsu. He'll want to turn those 60 into tons, tons into 140s.
58.
Yeah, Haruki is just he's not bothered about what the young man's doing around him. He's just getting on with his own job. Playing the board.
58.
Yeah, he's played on the biggest stages of them all, as Haruki. This will be a fairly new experience for him here at the MODUS Super Series. He's getting used to it.
58.
I've seen good enough signs to say that he will be here on Saturday night. Will it be Group B for his passage?
95.
Bit of alert there, but
94.
nice find with the last.
Haruki
Keeps him in
requires
touch.
152. 100.
A dart of the match, that
Christopher
treble 20.
requires 146.
Takes him from a great position to you feel an unassailable position right now. Don't expect him to be messing about with doubles this time. You can just see him doing the ghost throw behind him. Nothing
58.
Toonders can do, just nothing
Haruki
coming back.
requires 52.
Hit the big number and smash in tops.
32.
Not to be again. Width of
Christopher
those blade
requires
wires
88.
away. Tunders has a chance. 18 for the bullseye.
55.
And that hasn't gone either.
Haruki
So it's
requires 20.
Muramatsu back at double 10.
No score.
Well, I think I've
Christopher
seen everything,
requires
Scott.
33.
I think
Use
the
an
pair of them
R's.
need more water.
Use an R's from the gantry. Tell me this is a tight game. Take your time. Double 16 incoming. It's a bit of a blocker. Moves across.
Game
And he
on the
nails
fifth
it.
flag.
Took his time nicely
Christopher
there.
Tunders. 6th flag. Haruki to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, there's no look at the camera there, but it's just an unbelievable game. All because of this statistic.
100.
3 from 19 from Haruki, 15%. Dart after dart. Match-winning darts as well, included in a 3 from 19.
83.
He doesn't give an awful lot away, Haruki. You can't often see what he's thinking.
60.
Like I said, there's too many 60s now. The tons and ton 40s just seem to have evaporated the past couple of legs.
123.
Once again from Tunders, every emotion going. Doesn't hide anything. You know exactly what he's feeling.
69. 45.
A lot of the in-play backers as well. I mean, some of the numbers were stratospheric for this man. And right now, it's a lot closer, especially with darts like that.
43. 58.
Matsu will start up top. Has to come down now.
Just luckily right at the end, it's a sign he's not 100% thinking.
43.
He's not happy. He's, what on earth is happening in this game? Tunders is doing everything but fall over that Rocky at the moment. I know a lot of people who probably not played on that stage will be thinking,
60.
just so straight. He knows he's doing everything wrong, doesn't he? He knows in his mind just to be composed, but the frustration is winning.
This is what I said to you earlier about having that stock throw where you go, right, I know this is going in a 20. I know this is, you've got to have a base to go back
95.
to.
Christopher
Nearly every
requires
top player has that.
132.
And that's the difference.
Yep. 80. Haruki requires 91.
Dare I say it, for the match again. He's going to get another match start. 41 points at this time. It's double 16.
75.
You're thinking then a change of
Christopher requires
destination, a change of
52.
fortune, but not to be. 52.
20.
Only just hit the big numbers there.
Haruki requires
Tunders.
16.
There'll be steam coming out the ears for Tunders. But for Muramatsu, he
shot,
will
and
be
the
playing
match.
in Group B
Haruki
tomorrow night.
Muramatsu.
Whereas Christopher Toonders, he's been through absolutely every emotion in this Group A. The smile on his face, but let me tell you, steam out the ears. Muramatsu goes to Group B. Toonders goes to Group C. Who will top the group? Well, Chris Gilliland's got that chance. He's up next against Mikuru Suzuki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Haruki Muramatsu has secured a spot in Group B tomorrow and Friday night after getting the better of Christopher Toonders before the break. So that means the German is going to be placed in Group C on Thursday and Friday respectively. And if Chris Gilliland can get the better of Mikuru Suzuki in this one, well, we'll know everything as far as Group A is concerned. Right, let's watch this one in the company of Scott and Glenn.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. Yeah, the superlatives here, very simple. Gilliland will fancy his chances here because Mikuru hasn't quite been on it today, as she has been the first 2 days. First day she was very unlucky.
To throw
A few
first.
4-3s.
Game on.
Didn't go her way. Yesterday she was very good. And maybe deserved a little more, but today it hasn't quite gone her way.
81.
Yesterday she did actually beat Gilliland 4-3.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if she realises the importance as well for Carl Snead for the
100.
group, does it give her an extra 10% sort of, to get her? She knows it's the final game as well. It does feel like a bit of a war of attrition today. A lot of the games have gone 4-3, and when it's not going your way, you look at the timetable. When am I on next? And I don't know. Now she knows it's a final game, and she can play her part in that spoiler role here. But for Gilliland,
85.
he knows a win here, and he'll be there on Saturday night, and that's what he must focus on.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about him now and how he
43.
deals with what the situation is.
He was a 2-7 favourite going in it, so the bookies feel like he can see out the job. I think he is the star attraction. He hasn't
140.
always demonstrated that, and fair play to Carl Sneed and Haruki Muramatsu. You know, they put a real good fight, you know, in this Group A campaign. And remember, Carl Sneed can still top.
83. Makuru
I
requires
think he needs a
154.
favour from Makuru here if he is to do that.
'93, so treble 19. Beautiful setup.
118. Chris requires 96.
Decisions on 76, but the way that first dart lies, that ladder of success for double 8, that
Game shot on
is
the first
beautiful.
leg. Chris Gilliland.
Zero reaction, but inside he will be doing handstands
Second
because
leg. Chris
that
to throw
setup
first.
from Makuru Suzuki,
Game on.
you can have that potential of saying to yourself, here we go again. And that was a real sucker punch, a stunning finish.
Yeah, he will. That feeling
59.
that he's on his way. He's now got to continue that and just get the job done. But I think we can say with Makuru that the better you play against
60.
her, she comes with you, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think we do read each other's minds at times, but I was thinking that, and it was a great close-up of her thinking. I expected to go back on that double leg to go 1-0 up.
123.
But this is the play Chris Gilliland has produced. A couple of 100-plus averages. He's topped the group for an awful lot of the time in this group. He has been that player we
21.
expected to top. And like I said, failure to win this game, remember, Carl Sneed would have an opportunity to go through with the Saturday night.
$99. $100.
The perfect first start you felt to set up that beautiful 180.
180.
Chris Gilliland knew what was it, so he is absolutely delivering so far. 15 data in the first leg. Potential tops for a 13.
140. Chris requires 40. Game
Grabbing
on the second
task
leg.
in hand
Chris Gilliland.
by the scruff of its neck. And there we go.
Third leg.
107.36.
Makuru to throw first. Game
Saying
on.
that's exactly what he's doing. Both these results, Makuru beat Gilliland yesterday 4-3. He beat Makuru 4-3 on Monday.
60.
He's doing everything he can to make sure that that isn't the case today. He's taking this a little high water.
60.
And the focus and determination, the balance is about right here for Chris Gilliland. Was shaking his head an awful lot when things weren't going his way. But absolutely spot on, Scott. The better you are against Makuru,
140.
the better she becomes as well. I think she's actually enjoying this game, despite the fact she's 2-0 down. We'll be back tomorrow
58.
afternoon, 1 o'clock start. Remember, tomorrow afternoon.
$85.
We see the favourite for the week starting his campaign tomorrow afternoon, Justin Hood. Happy feet. Alongside Reece Colley and Chris Hurds.
83.
Group of Christopher, Gilbert, Makuru, and the 3 players in question.
81.
I think all 6 will fancy their chances. There's that flat dart, how he does not like it above. I'm surprised he doesn't use the 19s with a second dart more.
60. Makuru requires 135.
Start with a bull. Treble 15 or treble 19.
$75.
Gilliland way back on 240 in this one. I predicted Suzuki
78. Makuru requires 60.
would turn the screw. Better that players play against her,
Game's
the
on
better
the
she
third
plays,
leg.
and that's a
Makuru Suzuki.
tidy 17 dart leg from her.
Fourth leg, Chris to throw first. Game on.
One of those players, Scott, not only does he like a treble 20, but right in the bottom of it where he can just use that as a
140.
guide. Big part of those long points as well. Those darts are going in with more authority from Makuru.
100.
Yeah, they sure are, and the results are plain to see.
$84.
If you were to interview her tomorrow, Scott, how is your Japanese?
Well,
60.
not good, if I'm going to be fair.
I'll teach you.
That was what worries me.
Just walk in and say, Konnichiwa.
Can she what?
180.
This is Scott Mitchell's hard work, isn't he?
My middle name, mate. My middle name.
Second 180 there from Gilliland, averaging over
45.
100.
Chris
Doing
requires
exactly
97.
what he needed to do. This man, remember, needs to win this game to top the group and be the first player here on Saturday night. A big 20. He leaves himself
57.
pretty. Loving this performance from Suzuki as well.
180. Chris requires 40.
Seem to be bringing the best out of each other.
Game's on the fourth leg.
Super darks.
Chris Gilliland.
Yeah, indeed. And as those averages, showing what a quality
Fifth leg,
affair it
Makuru
is.
to throw first. Game on.
Do you think he has the skill set, the attributes to be lifting that trophy on Saturday night, Scott?
60.
Yeah, I do actually. I do. And there are others within the group that will be trying to stop that happening. You know, Group B and Group C look very good as well.
100.
But he, right from the outset on Monday morning, said, you know, this group was going to be his. Looks like he's going to deliver on that.
60.
So the confidence is there. And that's what you can practice and be throwing whatever you like. But if you haven't got that air of confidence to go with it that you actually believe in, it makes it very difficult to go and win things.
125.
Yeah, and if Chris is watching this back, you are better when the bounce is in your step, when you're looking lethargic and shaking your head and your shoulders are down because things aren't going your way. Like I say, you're bringing the best out of Makuru. This is
140.
enjoyable, but there's just that added pace for you getting to the yoki. And the next thing, Scott, is obviously there's going to be a crowd in on Saturday as well.
58.
It feels more of a knockout competition, doesn't it? Even despite the fact we start with a round robin phase.
Yeah, it sure does. And like I say, it's like a two-phase competition.
83.
It's making that Saturday night final, and should Gilliland close this out, that would be phase one of the competition done, and then it's getting your head right for that Saturday night, because it can pass you by really quickly with just the 6 players and the 2
54.
group games that you have.
Mikuru, you require
£5,000 to the winner on Saturday
158.
night, remember. £20,000 in a fortnight's time to that winner. 78 left for Suzuki.
98. Chris
Already a
requires
60 finish, so she'll fancy that.
164.
Enjoyed the performance from both here.
$80. Mikuru requires 60.
Retrieve the situation a little there. It's now Suzuki on 60. On a little under there. Not that
40.
far under. And I think you can see from the body
Chris
language he's
requires
disappointed with that.
84.
Double 12.
$72. Mikuru requires 20.
Gilliland fails to close the game out
Game
there.
shown the 5th
And it was
leg.
inevitable.
Mikuru Suzuki.
The 2-time world champion comes back with 1 dart, takes out double 10.
6th leg. Chris to throw first. Game on.
I think I heard a cheer from Carl Sneed as well, so remember, he's in the players area right now and he's the biggest supporter of Mikuru Suzuki at this moment.
Yeah, there's a new players area here now, and it's not next door to the
45.
commentary box. So we used to hear the oohs and the ahs from the commentary box, and they're at the other end of the building now. So unless we get ourselves a little cam in there, we won't be able to see the reactions.
85.
Interesting phase of the game.
85. $140.
Interesting, Scotty boy. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, it is. And what's going through Gilliland's mind here? He's
44.
had those couple of darts to close the game out.
All day, to be fair, we've been waiting for that moment to say that Chris Gilliland's the first player through.
60.
It just keeps getting delayed and delayed.
I
Will
think
we ever see it?
Well, exactly. This is the question. Oh, that's a good visit. Gathered his thoughts here.
140. $60.
I like them 3 darts from Suzuki there. She is totally focused on this match. Okay, didn't get the rewards there. But I did say we'll get a 156 some point today.
81. Mikuru requires 156.
be now.
Not to be on this occasion. She'll stay there and try and hit that solid
60.
ton that we're used to seeing, but
Chris requires 106.
not to be. So Gilliland 106.
Going to get a dart to top the group. Double 18. And Chris
Game,
Gilliland
shot,
is the first
and
player through
out.
this Saturday
Chris
night.
Gilliland.
He was labelled the class act of the group, and look at that relief. But fair play to Mikuru Suzuki. I thought she played her patch in a cracking game there. but it's Chris Gilliland who will top Group A, who will be there on Saturday's night, and his numbers suggest he could be a real potential winner come Saturday. We move on to the final game of Group A. It's Gilbert van der Meyden against Carl Sneed.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined alongside Chris Gilliland, our Group A winner. Chris, many congratulations. Over the line, but maybe a little bit harder work than what it should have been.
Oh, I made hard work of that. That was tough today. I started off brilliant, and I felt, don't get me wrong, I felt great. Every game went up. I just made far too much hard work for that.
Now, was there a point today where you thought, oh, this could begin to turn south a little bit?
No, I felt confident, but it just seemed to be, come the last 3 or 4 games, everybody stepped up a level and just started throwing well. And then you maybe think to yourself, the doubts go in and go like, oh God, is this going to be, am I going to throw this away? But you have to believe in yourself, and I'm lucky enough there, I got over the line. And I thought over the 3 days, rightfully so.
Because we did see at times, particularly on day 1 and day 2, the big performances tended to come from you, but maybe not on as much of a consistent level as perhaps you would have liked.
Oh no, absolutely. I changed my darts not so long ago, as you've probably seen. But I threw with them my old darts for nearly 20 years, so it was a really hard task to adjust. But I've had them about a month, maybe 2 months now, and each time I use them, the consistency comes in, but it's just not completely there. The big games are there, the big averages as we see, but the sloppy averages and the sloppy darts are still there at the minute, so it's just trying to get rid of that.
Mm-hmm. You said before a dart was thrown on Monday morning, you fancied yourself for the group, you ended up winning the group. Moving on to Saturday night, I suppose you must fancy that job now as well.
Well, I would take my first 9 darts against anybody. It's going to be playing this week, because my first 9 darts have been fantastic all week. I need to sharpen up my doubles and my finishing. If I can do that, there's no reason why I can't.
I'll tell you what, it's not a bad record. 3 times here, never failed to not qualify now for a finals night in this venue in Portsmouth.
Yeah, well, overall, if you want to think back to Southampton, I've only ever failed to miss finals night once out of all the times I've played. So don't get me wrong, when it comes to finals night, the nerves hit and thing. But I think I'm a bit long in the tooth now, where I can, like the last time I was here, I thought I handled the nerves well. I was in a big group the last time I was here, so that was good experience. And I fancy, yeah, I'm here to win. So if I know if I can throw the dodge that I throw, that I have a really good chance.
Well done this week. We'll see you on Saturday night. Thank you very much for your time, Chris. Right, one more game for us to go as far as Group A is concerned. Let's hand down for a final time to Scott and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Excellent interview and just really well spoken as Chris Gilliland was. The thoughts here in the comms box, just really liked everything he said. He just corrected the fact that only the one says he never qualified for the Saturday, so he knows how to get there. And of course, that the next phase for him now is to be lifting that trophy. And I agree with him. I think he has the skill set, the attributes, the application to pick up that trophy on Saturday night. And like I said, it's a big prize fund. Puts himself in that incredible Champions Week. And like I say, he's got that power scoring. And good luck to him. So many congratulations, Chris Gilliland.
To throw first.
The two players I've really enjoyed seeing this week. This man, Gilbert van der Meijden, will be in Group C. And once
59.
again, I'm chatting away to a few of his friends and speaking to them now, and he will come back fighting in Group C. I think he's playing with a little bit of a smile on his face here.
100.
And we could and possibly should see him come Saturday night again. He's got this incredible scoring power demonstrated here
125.
against the very likeable, understated Carl Sneed, who was, let's be, just a couple of legs away for a real potential of topping this group himself. So I think he'll see this as a positive, and he'll be in Group B where, remember, he's got that ratio of 3 from 5. So I think both players will be fairly happy with the situation, Scott.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Carl will be happy because, like you say, he's secured that spot in Group B, and he's going to be in there with some guys who we know he knows.
135.
And Gilbert is, like I say, since his win earlier today, we've seen him side of a different side of
Gilbert requires
of what he's been doing. So a more genuine side to what he is. We've had a bit of a day and a half of him sort of scrabbling and scraping to try 89. And win games, and now he's winning those games. You said about having a spring in your step, and that's return for him.
Well, he's hit double 10 many times this week, Carl Sneed, and he adds to the collection.
Leg.
Sneed leads 1-0.
Second leg, Carl to throw first. Game on. $100.
Carl Bomber Sneed, he plays for Oldham Super League. I was just checking all his results, but
80.
It's one of those areas, Scott, that Lancashire Northwest area where even when he turns up for an ADC qualification, some of the players he's got to beat, and it's very solid, very professional, very
100.
assured. Real left-hander there, and I think he'll be really happy to finish second in the group. I mean, he is on joint top position there, would only miss out on legs difference if he was to win this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And
60.
That Group B with Harry Gregory, Joe Mernon, and Ryan Harrington.
140.
Yeah, I've never been involved in a bad Group B in the comms box. I think whether we get the best out of the players, because it's obviously later at night, the 3 from 5. I think you're going to get the players that's come second from third, so pick players in good form in Group A. So looking forward to that, Scott.
Yeah, very much so. It looks a mouth-watering time, like
29.
you say.
Carl requires 100.
One of those you're going to put the 5 names into a hat and pull 3 out is probably the only way you're going to predict that one. It's all so very tight. And
61.
See, obviously Chris Hurd, Justin Hurd, and Reece Colley. We'll be joined by Tunders, Van der Meijden and
85.
Suzuki.
Carl requires
So that
40.
one too. Looks like a very even group indeed.
Game shot in the second
Boy,
leg.
does he like a double 10? It's
Carl
very
Sneed.
James Wade-esque when Carl Sneed's on the hockey. And he has that luxury when he does split the tops.
Third
He knows
leg.
he's then
Gilbert
going to his favoured
first.
double. Sneed
Game
leads.
on.
2-0.
140. 41. 94.
Throwing at a slightly quicker pace now. It's one of those where I'm not going to say we're going through the motions, but everything's done and dusted.
81.
And you know, they're relaxing a little bit more. I think we're seeing them more in a more relaxed state.
Yeah, I think one thing for Gilbert is I think he was better at the beginning of the day each day so far. So I think he's going to have to work on
36.
just getting the best out of him throughout the whole process. I mean, Group C is the same scenario as this, same amount of games, but he does seem to tire come to the end of the day.
60.
Throws his best start definitely in the middle.
95. 60. Gilbert requires 136. 100.
Beautiful set of play from Gilbert. Sneed a long, long way back.
99. Gilbert requires 36.
Reduce the deficit.
Game shot in the third leg. Gilbert Van der Meijden.
Yeah, this is a rapid pace. Only 6 minutes gone here. Already we're throwing 3 legs.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on. $100. 180.
And 180 from Van der Meijden against the throw.
100.
Now in the head-to-head stakes, it is 2-0 to Carl Sneed. The opening game from on day 1 and the final game on day 2.
140.
4-2 and 4-3 respectively.
$140.
Never since I said Gilbert seems to have tired outcome the last game. He's put the afterburners on. I like the bullseye with the last start there.
58. Carl requires 161. 65.
Excellent board
Gilbert
management there
requires
from Sneed.
123.
It's not as easy as 1-2-3.
48.
Chance for Sneed for a 3-1 lead.
Carl requires 96.
If you're looking for a nice, good, clean kill here. First one, beautiful.
Game
Second
on
one,
the
even
fourth
nicer.
leg. Carl Sneed.
Nice finish there from Carl Sneed.
Fifth leg. Gilbert to throw first. Game on. $98. 100. 99.
Yeah, nice game to watch this one. I think they both enjoy each other's pace. I think they're bringing the best out of each other once again. The treble 20 is taking a right pounding at the moment.
121.
Yeah, it sure is.
$93.
Sneed here,
60.
chasing that treble 20, not to be, but
Just everything but Scott, wasn't it? For the pair of them.
absolutely. And
100.
Gilbert van der Meijden is definitely better at that slightly quicker pace. There's no two ways about it.
I was about to say 180 here. When you see the number 220,
180. Gilbert, you
absolutely
require
sensational stuff from
111.
Sneed.
It was indeed.
43.
So
Carl, you require
Sneed
40.
after that superb 180
Game, shot,
hits
and
double
a
top
match. Carl
with
Sneed.
his first dart. An entertaining encounter there between the two. Carl Sneed takes it 4-1. And as you can see, 89-2-2 there for van der Meijden and 93 for Sneed. 100% on the doubles for his one, but Sneed has come to the party towards the end. He takes his place in Group B alongside Haruki Muramatsu. Tundas heads on down to Group C along with Mikuru Suzuki and van der Meijden. We are all ready for the guys over on stage. Over to Henry and Glenn.
Well, an interesting end to Group A. Carl Sneed winning 4-1 in the final game of the session, but a group in the end won by Chris Gilliland.
Yeah, he was the favourite going into it. I think he's got the star quality. I thought it was a beautiful interview that the pair of us did there. Very softly spoken, but that real determination. And I like the way he corrected you and said, hey, even at Southampton, I knew how to get to Saturday night. So he knows the process. Like I said, he's got that incredible scoring power. He could lift the title come Saturday.
Let's find out what we've seen then today. These are the results from the 15 matches. And look, it was a 4-horse race going into today, and every single one had a moment where they could have leapfrogged their way up, and everybody then had a moment where they could have blown it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like all the time, I felt it was in Gilliland's hands, but you know, that in-play table, there's 4 players there that have topped it over the past day and a half, and it was Chris Gilliland who got over there. But I think there's players there who'll be able to think, I'm going to go into Group B, and even Group C thinking, I'm just beginning to now start my better playing. They're settled in the competition, and yeah, it's all to play for very much.
Let's talk about Chris Gilliland then, and what impressed you the most about him throughout this group?
Oh, his scoring power. I think the way his darts sit, they sit very flat, and you know, he can really score with the best of them. And that's what I don't like, that side of him. He's throwing his hands about, and that's the negative side. And I said in his final game, if he watches himself play, then he's at his best when he's focused, when he's not giving off too emotion, and yeah, producing finishes like this, you know, double top, especially in a tight battle like that. So he's got the star quality, he's got the 100+ averages about him. Like I said, he's really impressed me.
Carl Sneed, again, what do you feel like this Group A is a bit of an opportunity missed for him?
I don't think he'll see it like that. I understand the question, and there was moments where I thought he was going to qualify. He's very understated. Like I said, I still think he'll fancy his chances of getting through Group B. Very likeable is Carl, and like I said, big wins over players like Chris Gilliland. I don't think he'll see it as a missed opportunity. I think he'll be delighted he got to, you know, the 20 points, the equivalent of Gilliland, and I think he'd be raring to go come Group B.
Haruki Muramatsu, it just feels like it's so hard to get a read of him this week.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it's very difficult. I think we've said that in the comms box ourselves this week. His 180s were very low compared to the others. So when I talk about the scoring power of somebody like Chris Gilliland, that's something that lacks. He's got the experience, and you can see him there. He had some big wins. He seemed to scrap the result. If he goes to 2 each, Henry, then I think Haruki usually kicks on from there. Has he got that real star quality this week? Not just yet.
Gilbert van der Martin, are we yet to see his top level here at the Super Series?
He's the person I've been speaking to his friends and family most, and he is a top-class player, massive 180 hitter. Beautiful 148 finish there, which he's going to need. I just felt at times he was petering out at the end of the day as well, so he's going to have to work on being at his best in his first game and his last game, and that will come with experience here at the MODUS Super Series. But I liked what I saw with him. Very elegant, very quick, typical Dutchman.
As far as Christopher Tunders is concerned, as good as yesterday was kind of how things kind of fell by the wayside as far as today.
He's raw, he's young, he's determined, he's likeable. But at times he was all over, from the sublime to the ridiculous. I mean, I've never seen that finish before. That's a new one for the exhibitions. He knows where the camera is. He didn't look at the camera much today. He walked in this morning and forgot a sponsorship patch, and it sort of went downhill from there. It was the perfect 5 wins out of 5 yesterday, but he only averaged 80. And maybe that was a little bit of a false start. Like I said, he's in his infancy as a dart player. He's the one out of the 6 I'd love to work with.
And the good news is, if you go one of Glenn Dart's exhibitions, it's going to take out 1 free freeze on double 19, double 19, double 19.
You were thinking about that as well. Give my answer, wasn't you? I could see that wry smile on your face. Nasty man.
Right, let's talk about Mikuru Suzuki then, shall we? Because look, we've seen at times some really good stuff from her. She hasn't really been beaten comprehensively many times this week. A lot of games going tight. If she can just flick the switch in Group C, she's got a very good chance of qualifying. She's the interview I'd love to hear from. Again, very difficult to, get the thoughts from her. I mean, her English is so much better now, but I'd love to see how she saw that Group A campaign. At times, she looked really good, and I think it was something my co-commentator nailed when she was beginning to throw the dart to a real authority, and that's when we've seen their best. And Scott Mitchell also picked up the fact that when someone's hitting her hard on the dartboard, then she was backing that up as well. When she was involved in those scrappy games, she just didn't look happy. The darts weren't very good. So the secret is don't play well against Mikuru, but she's the one I'd love to hear from of how she's enjoying the experience. Right, let's round things up then, shall we? This, first of all, is the table following the culmination of Group A. And as you can see, Chris Gilliland, via legs difference, getting the better of Carl Sneed in the end. Haruki Muramatsu rounds off the top 3, and he'll be playing in Group B tomorrow night. Christopher Tunders, Mikuru Suzuki, and Gilbert van der Meyen will have to go again in Group C. That is tomorrow and Friday afternoon. And we can tell you now the groups for the next couple of days. We can confirm everything. Chris Gilliland, well, he can just sit at home on the sofa and relax for the next few days. We're going to be watching Joe Myrne and Ryan Harrington and a debut for Harry Gregory in this competition tomorrow night in Group B. Whilst Group C will see a second appearance for Chris Hurds alongside Reece Colley and Justin Hood. And I think it's those two names there, as far as Group C are concerned. They're the standouts. And I think if they've watched the bottom 3 in Group A, they won't be frightened of what they're seeing. But I'm really interested to see how Gilbert responds now when everybody's on 0 points. I think he's the one I can see the star quality. Tunders will be all over the place in his mind. But for me, Reece Colley, Justin Hood would look good for qualification. And as far as Group B, who'd be your picks and your fancies? Well, when I was going downhill, one person would often message me, and that was Joe Myrne. And so I've got like an affinity to him that I want to see him do well. He's been through his own heartache. He's been through a difficult time in the PDC, health-wise as well. You know, Team Myrne. And the good news is for you, you get rid of me for a couple of days. Hallelujah. I'll see you Saturday, Glenn. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock sharp on the Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of the action in Group C. Should be an intriguing group as well, and you'd say one that is very much up for the offing, as was Group A here at the Super Series, where Chris climbed to the summit.
Game shot.
Yeah, lovely finish that.
Chris Gilliland.
Clean and sweet as a nut.
Kept his composure. Gets over the winning line. Chris Gilliland.
Game
And
shot.
he just get a dart at a double. He hits the dart at a double.
Game shot on the full
Chris
flag.
Gilliland's favourite double.
Chris Gilliland.